Whoops, sound went out. I'm not actually ready to go just yet. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm going to start this music up again one more time just so I can double check my audio. Oh, that's actually probably too quiet. Hold on a second. Well, no, I'm not going to worry about it. I think my game audio is going to be higher than that, so it's probably fine. Alright, well. No, let's leave that running while I pull up the game. Do, 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 do.
Megaman X, Legacy Collection.
Whoa, it's working. No, that audio is still too low from the look of the bar. Let me see if I can up this just a little bit. Whoa. How about now? I don't know. Oh. Gosh, I don't remember which buttons to use for this. And I do not currently have a webcam going because the camera was acting. Pretty much all of my hardware was being dumb. So that's fine. I'm just relearning how to do all this stuff and make sure that it all works proper. I think my... Hold on. Sorry. Oh. Okay, I didn't realize it happens when I click off the screen. How about now? Is this working better? Better audio? It looked like it was peaking a little bit too high. Oh. Apparently streaming isn't the only thing I have to relearn. Is this... Hold on. So, I've actually played this game in like... I played like 5 different versions of this from the at-home console to... Why did that lag so bad? Holy crap. Is a emulator seriously smoother than this? Might have to switch over. Oh, hopefully not. It feels like there's a slight input lag at times. Not all the time, but at certain specific points it feels like it's not acting right. Okay. Whoop. the... Yeah, looks like it's smooth. Wow. I think this is... Oops. Maybe I should just keep my eyes over on OBS. I could just play through that instead. Yeah, let's do this. It looks like the sound is still... Well, I don't know. I never quite know what the sound balance is supposed to be. I know my voice is supposed to be louder than the game, but I also don't want the game to be completely impossible to hear. I don't have any viewers. Oh boy. Yeah, laugh it up. I'll Hadoken you when you get to the second. But I'm gonna say second rematch, but actually that's just the first rematch, isn't it? Oh! I'm always curious if you could actually like die. I know you can technically die for real on him. You worthless piece of scrap metal. Did you think you could defeat me? I always wonder if you could accidentally die on him for real, with him just running into you by accident, even though he's programmed to try to stun you instead of actually blow you up. I guess I'm not powerful enough to defeat him. I don't know why they chose a horrible voice actor in X4. I mean, I guess for what they did the voice right. I just don't know why they chose that voice for him. I guess I'm not powerful enough to defeat him. X, you shouldn't expect to defeat him. He's designed to be a war machine. Remember, you have not reached full power yet. If you use all the abilities you were designed with, you should become stronger. You may even become as powerful as I am. I'll scout ahead and collect as much information on Sigma's fortress as I can. I'll meet up with you when you get there. See you later. X, I know you can do it. Not the best voice acting, but it's what you get. Right. Wait, what? What the heck? What is going on here? Try again. My audio is doing something weird. Of course, OBS was doing weird stuff all day. I couldn't even get connected to my account for a while. I think this is probably the weirdest level in the entire game to play through. If you have played a lot of the other Mega Man X games, just on account of the fact that, unlike every other upgrade in pretty much every game, the leg armor in X1, the ability is retained through the entire rest of the series, regardless of armor. So being able, or not being able to dash boost through this first section is just really, really disorienting. I don't really feel like I'm actually playing the same character until I get the dash boots. Whoops. I'm supposed to read that. Well, whatever. I'll worry about it later. It seems that I'm destined to fight. So give me the boots and let me blow some stuff up. Probably going to do another playthrough of this later once I get the whole stream actually set up properly. This is on my list of stories to go over, because I feel like the story of Megaman X is very underrated. Like, not a lot of people talk about it, but if you actually dive into what the story is about and what goes on, it's got a very interesting dynamic, at least until X5, which is kind of where, well, until the end of X5, and then everything kind of just went off the rails. But they also changed their lead writer, so that's probably got something to do. Well, they changed one of their lead directors. It's not clear whether it was the writer or producer or whatever, but from what I understand, X1 through 5 was essentially supposed to be one single cohesive story, and X5 was the actual finale, and then everything past that from X6 to 8 and Command Mission were just kind of fan fiction. Oh. Whoop. That was supposed to be a dash jump. Trying to get fancy over here. I really should just blow him up the tried and true easy way. No fancy moves, no crazy jumps, just basic shoot him in the face. Oh! I thought he was going to use his breath attack there. Okay, 1 second. Let me double check my audio one more time. I hate that it does that every time I click off. Okay, I think my audio is doing better. It's got a better balance to it, so. And considering that nobody is watching me, nobody's gonna care. Means I can do whatever I want. X1 had some interesting design choices. Storm Eagle is probably one of the hardest bosses in existence if you try to take him on. Prior to getting the dash boots. I actually did a playthrough where and this was years ago. I actually did a playthrough where I tried to take on Chill Penguin's level last after clearing every other stage, so I had to clear them all without the boots. And holy crap, Storm Eagle was a nightmare. You're basically just getting blown around the stage the whole time while trying to get a sting shot off on him. No, come back. Okay. When pro gamer strats become embarrassing failures. Alrighty. Whoop. Let me up. In the grand debate, of which Mega Man X games are the best, or at least I would say which ones are my favorites. I think X1 is probably still on the top of my list, even after all these years. Everyone gives their arguments for why they like or dislike the later ones, but I don't know, I feel like, as weird as it is to say, X1 is the one that managed to... Well, I guess it kind of defined the model, so... There wasn't really any game that managed to do what X1 did to the same extent. X2 had a weird balancing issue. It was either way too easy or way too hard in places. Like some of those jumps, Crystal Snail, Heart Tank, they were just obnoxious. And other places, it was just everything was way too easy. X3 in general was significantly harder, and it had a lot of extra, I don't know, a lot of extra baggage mixed in, the extra items, the right armor stuff, the chip upgrades. It just felt a little bit bloated. 4 probably would have been my favorite if not for the fact that X's voice actor was... I don't even know. I have no idea why you would pick someone like that, even if you wanted to have him have a slightly higher pitched voice. That was just like... I don't even have anything to compare him to in terms of anime voices or anything like that. I've never heard any voice actor who was quite like that, or who did quite that same thing with this kind of character. And 5 was... oh my lord. 5 almost felt like it was a different series, at least in the gameplay. No, gameplay and story. 5 was weird in a lot of ways. Which is sad, because 5 is one of those... Gotcha. 5 is one of those games that I want... I want it to be my favorite, honestly, because I love climactic final entries, but it just... There's so many things that got wrong. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Back in the saddle. I finally remember how to play this game. Honestly, I think my problem is, I was thinking about playing this the last few days, and I was watching a bunch of, like, task speedruns. And some of the moves they pulled off in those were absolutely insane. And then I got it in my head, like, maybe I could try to pull off something like that. I played this game enough times, I could probably pull off some more risky moves. I don't have to play it safe as much. And then I end up falling into pits and dying. That's probably also just because I'm streaming in general, because I always tend to try to rush things when I'm streaming, because I don't want to have, I don't know, downtime, I guess, waiting for a platform to come up, or the equivalent thereof. Like right now, I'm just talking to fill the air. Okay, hold on a second. This is going to take me a minute. Come on. Ah, I knew that one wasn't going to make it. Okay, hold on. Gotcha. Come on. Don't fall. Don't fall. Here we go. Tried to air dash right there. Oh. Now I'm going to do something a little, well, soon I'm going to do something a little weird. I've been trying... I was actually playing these games fairly recently, trying to optimize my routing so I can minimize the number of levels I have to go into. Not necessarily like speedrun to minimize time, just minimize having to replay sections I've already been through. And I don't think I've ever managed to do Boomer Krawanger's Heart Tank without having the boomerang cutter itself. So I always have to replay the tower because I've heard you can do it with the ice. Well, technically you can do it even without the ice. Charged ice shot. But I don't think I've ever been able to pull that off. So I'm going to hit up that stage next and see. Ooh, nice. What am I at now? 6. Come on. I may not be good at this game, but at least I can win it. Why did I just push down like I could duck? That's not a thing. What was I playing recently? I have the problem when I play something for a while and then I switch to a different game, like as long as they're similar, I can end up mixing up control. I guess most people probably do that. Was it Mario? Some retro Mario thing? Hold on. Show Penguin first. Then I'll go after Boomer. Boomer Quanger. Sounds like a hillbilly name, honestly. My name's Boomer. Excuse me. Healing items, please. That's what bats are supposed to drop. Okay, that was a dash jump. Yeah, this version is dropping a few of my inputs every now and then. It's not super bad. It's just awkward. You know what? It's fine. I'm close enough. I can just tank the damage. I'm not going to the boss anyway. Okay, yeah, that's right, Boomer. And then I can just, I can take care of the spark level with just one run. I won't have to come back. Get the sub-tank. Oh. That was just a bad move on my part. Ooh. Shoot, I forgot I need... Well, I don't need Rolling Shield. It just makes this part like 10 times easier. Ah. 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 Whee. I'm a little concerned. I'm not getting any healing items, and I'm probably going to need them for Boomer. Boomer Quanger. Ah. Yeah, okay, this is going to be rough. This is probably going to be rough. I say that. I'm actually not that bad against Boomer Quanger. I just feel like with the way I've performed today... Okay, well, I can try that again. Fortunately, we don't need ice against this boss. Woo! Okay, that was actually easier than I expected it to be. Ah, shit. I'm trying to pull off an X2 move. Where I dashed off, or I would hop off of that and then air dash to get onto it. I don't have the air dash, though. I hate when I get caught by those random hits. Used to be, years ago, I could do most of this game and not even take a single hit. I wasn't necessarily the fastest at it, but I could dodge pretty much every enemy in the game. It wasn't an actual no-hit run. I'd still get hit every now and then, but... Sad thing is, I used to think, playing like this, I used to feel like, oh, I'm actually pretty good at this game. Then I started watching speedrunners, and all of my confidence just dissolved. I know I'm not bad at it, it's just... taking random hits while beating someone at a reasonable rate compared to whatever madness some of those guys do. Oh, no, that's right. I can't do Sting Chameleon in one run unless I do Launch Octopus first, so... yeah, I guess I'm doing Mandrill. So that actually means other than Chill Penguin... Other than Chill Penguin, I can go through each level only once. Well, only once, I say. Technically, Armored Armadillo is going to be a repeat unless I decide to skip Hadoken, but I don't know. I might skip it, I might not. I don't use it that much, but I like having it against the dog, because that thing's freaking annoying. This thing was mutt. I'm actually not... I'm not great at timing the Hadoken against most of the bosses. Storm Eagle... Well, actually, no. Storm Eagle's not bad. But like in the refights, there's several of them I usually fail to hit whenever I try. Okay, that was BS. What is this guy's weapon again? No. Why do I keep doing that to myself? Can I, like... There we go. Okay. Too close. curious. So this, it always shoots down. How does one... Oh. Wait, what? Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I actually don't fully understand the mechanics of the boomerang, why it goes down and why it goes up. I know if you stand still and you use it, it will always curve up, like this. It will always curve up 100% of the time. And I know if you're in the air, it curves down. Is it if you're moving up, it'll go up? I might actually explain some of the things I saw during those speed runs. Jerk. Wait, did he come from the left side? What? I've literally never seen that before. Why do you keep doing that? That's weird. I don't typically see that. That was just a mistake on my part. Bad timing. Ba ba ba. Armored armadillo. I wonder if I could like put together an AI version of the Megaman X 4 boss name announcements at the start of each stage. Just like copy that voice and remake it. But for... I don't typically like doing stuff with AI, but random silly crap I'm okay with. As long as no money is made in the process. Because that way, the AI companies go out of business. That's basically my policy on AI. Enjoy it while it lasts, while hoping that they all go out of business someday. I wonder what sub-tank actually stands for. Substitution. Sub is in secondary. Here's the not upgrades. Here's the healing items I was looking for. Dodge one, hit the other. Yay! Pro strats. Damage boosting. Come on. Does this drop? No. Okay. I can never remember which mini bosses drop stuff and which ones don't. I guess that wasn't technically a mini boss, but close enough. Whee! I'm at 2 full tanks. Nice. I think Mega Man X1 probably had the best music out of the entire series, because every other game had good songs, but I don't know of any song from this game that wasn't good. Even if, even if people got traumatized by certain ones. Like the Sigma Tower or farming for health on this. I saw a streamer recently who played this, and she said she was traumatized by the Armored Armadillo music because she kept coming back here to refill her sub-tanks after other levels. It's a good song, it's just, you know, after you have to do that 500 times, you start hearing it in your dreams. Okay, do. Shoot. Did the thing again. Jerk. I hate this thing. First one's not so bad. I've always, even after playing this game a billion times, I still get paranoid I'm gonna get pulled into the spikes. The trauma is real. Okay, that was too close. Oh. I was just about to switch to the tornado. What am I at now? 7? Nope. Wow. Wow. I tried to get fancy and I just blew myself up. That's great. Okay. Oh, really? Really? Well, I deserve this. I deserve this. You know what? Yeah. Let's just keep refilling. Might as well make having to repeat be worth something. Now let's try to do this all nice and fancy. Or not. And that's going to end up in the spike pit, isn't it? No. No, not worth it. Even if the picking up the 1-up paid for itself and I died, I'd still have to repeat that section. I'm not doing that again. I saw this in a speedrun. If I can figure out where this dude is spawning... Nope. Wrong spot. I was there. Yeah. I may get to the point where I can actually pull off some of those speedrun and task moves, but it is not this day. Yeah, well, that's right. Sometimes my brain weirds out with this. I feel it tells me like, no, rolling shield isn't the weapon for this guy. This guy is the one who gives me rolling shield, but that doesn't make any sense because how the heck would I have it if I'm about to fight him? Makes more sense when you're on the Sigma levels, but... Blah. Okay, you know what? Screw this. Yeah, just keep using that Storm Tornado, bud. I'm just gonna face tank him. I don't even care. I got enough HP. Or health, I guess. Technically, it's not HP. That's an RPG term.
How goes it, darling?
I don't know. Well enough. I finally got the stupid thing to work.
Yay.
The auto settings doesn't work. Anytime I try to auto... what is it even called? Auto... I'm just gonna pause it. Auto configuration on OBS crashes it, and I have to redo everything, so I have to just put in my stats manually.
Okay. Well, at least now you know.
Yeah. But at least I got it connecting and working. At one point, I was trying to connect to the OBS, but it was like... It was letting me start the stream, but it wasn't giving me any of the actual info. It was just stream to this thing and nothing else. So I couldn't see the chat, I couldn't see the actual viewers or anything like that. Not that I have any viewers, but... So, yeah, it's working. I'm currently not using video because I look weird, but I can worry about video next time. The camera is its own.
If you're not using video, then I'm gonna go make out with you.
Married life is the best. What am I... Alright. Back to Armadillo.
Alright, have fun.
Are you still working on this stuff?
I'm still reading through all this.
Okay. I just asking.
They're long and very thorough.
That's fair. I'm just you can take as much time as you need. I'm just asking to get an update as to
I think I'm pretty close, though.
where we're at.
Actually being able to read stuff, so.
Sweet.
Almost there.
It's nice being able to make money. What am I at now anyway? I'll check once I get to the end here. And if you are wondering, yes, I am going for Hadoken, but I find farming the level over and over to be really annoying. So I make it a point to try to... Well, whoa! Typically, and I'm doing a more efficient level run this time, so I can't really do it that way, but typically what I would do is I would finish Armadillo, do Octopus, go back to Armadillo, do Coanger, go back to Armadillo, do Sparkman Drill to get the sub-tank, which I typically don't get on my first run, do Armadillo. So I just keep doing it over and over between the other stages. Oh, full. Nice. I am going to have to repeat it at the end here, though. I'm going to have like 3 in a row after Chameleon. My brain did some more stuff at that level. I don't like dying to replay and come back over that section again. Even if it is faster. So I always prefer to end out the stage and then... Oh. Well, that's just me being... Okay, I'm just being bad right now. What is going on? Here we go. And, okay, that is all heart tanks. All sub-tanks. And just about to be all armor pieces. Unfortunately, this guy's weakness is the boomerang, which sucks. Not that the boomerang sucks, it's that I need it for the boss, so it sucks that I have to deal with that nonsense. So, what else can I use? Hold on. It's not doing the rapid. Is that why? Wait a minute. This guy's always been... Oh my gosh. I didn't realize he had that long... I never even noticed the flash stick on him. Most of the mini bosses, you can just hit them in super rapid succession. But this guy, the way he flashes... Yeah, I'm doing the stupid X2 move again. Playing like I have an air dash when I don't. I didn't... That's why he's always been so annoying to fight. Because I kept just trying to attack him non-stop and most of my attacks weren't even doing any damage. He's not that tanky. He just has a... he's got more iframes than I realized. It is interesting. When I stream, I pay more attention to suboptimal... Well, actually, half of it is I watched tasks recently, and I saw some things that didn't make a lot of sense, like how they put gaps between their boomerang attacks against that guy. But I find myself actually paying a lot more attention to stuff like that. So it is actually making me a better gamer. Whereas if I was just playing casually, I would just probably overlook all that stuff. So that's interesting. What am I up to now? 8. Yes. Oh shoot, I meant to check. Nah, whatever, it's fine. I wanted to see, at some point I want to come back and check, and maybe I'll just do it as a random... Oh, right, I'm full. Maybe I'll just do it as a random thing. I'm curious to know, does this ride armor... Excuse me. Does the ride armor allow you to dash even if you do not have the armor piece that allows X to dash? I never do Sing Chameleon first, so I have no clue. And you don't... On Chill Penguin... Hold on, how many stages have ride armor? I think it's only 2, isn't it? Not counting Sigma stages, at least. Eagle, Mammoth, Armadillo, Mandrill. Yeah, okay, it's only the 2 stages. Plus Sigmas. So... On Chill Penguins, you cannot get the armor before getting the boots. So the only place you could possibly test that would be Chameleon stage. Near the end of all things. So... Near the end of all things. Finally, we found Sigma's fortress. Let's go in and put an end to his war against the humans. Okay. One problem. The final cutscene of this game, after beating Sigma, the fortress in question is basically a flying city. How the heck did you not manage to find that sooner? I know it's an old SNES platformer game. They probably weren't even thinking about that, but still. Actually, no. To be fair, I don't know what the original Japanese said. There are some translation differences between Yeah, there are some translation differences between the Japanese and the English, especially back in the SNES era. And I don't know if his original phrasing was that they found the fortress, or they found their way into the fortress, or if they're ready to attack. Because I played, actually I'm going to switch over and play a retranslation, fan translation of, well no, am I going to do that? I don't need to do it. I'm going to do a later video where I'm going to do a deep dive into the story. I'll probably do it for that one. But I have a fan translation version of Megaman X2, and some of the lines are very similar, but some of the lines are vastly different. And certain bits of content, there was like a hint somewhere with one of the characters mentioning something about Dr. Light, which implied that they might have been connected to Wily. There's also elements of the way Sigma phrased things at the end that were very different. I say very different. It's similar enough. You can see where the translators got their original translation, but things are just, they're a little weird. And there's some very different connotations that are carried in the two versions. And I presume some of it, like, is a very different level of understanding for a fan translation being made now for somebody who's played the entire series and knows all of the spoilers, as opposed to someone who's just trying to do a one-to-one translation, not knowing what the writers had planned for future entries in the story. Because I'm pretty sure, I don't know if everything was planned, but I'm pretty sure the major points had been figured out by the end of X2. If not, they were definitely figured out by the end of X3. They knew what they wanted to do in terms of wrapping up the story in 4 and 5. I feel like they probably knew in 2, or at least knew the general direction they were going, but whether they knew all the specifics, I don't know what their writing process was. Some people plan more things from the start. This should be my last Armadillo run. Some people plan all this stuff from the start. Others just kind of like, we'll figure it out as we go. Although, interestingly enough, I did read an article somewhere that said that when they were planning to do a redesign, when they first came out with the idea of, when they first came up with the idea of Megaman X, this new robot made by Dr. Light, kind of the next generation, when they first came up with the idea, the guy who made Zero actually made him with the intention of him being X. He was going to be the main character of the game. But the people at Capcom decided that he looked a little too different from the original Mega Man. So instead they went with the design of what we're obviously currently seeing, that has the little red chip on his forehead and a few other differences, combined with the ability to get the armor, which obviously makes his appearance vastly different. I'll give you a special present. Now enter what? Enter the capsule, please. Enter. Now, let me see here. About the same. Controller I'm using has both joystick and directional pad. Look at this on PC. I'm using an Xbox controller. And because you kind of have to roll your finger across the buttons in order to use the Hadouken, I always feel like it's easier to use the joystick, but it's actually kind of the same at the moment for both. Of course, doing it in a high-speed situation in the middle of a boss fight, we'll see how well that works. Let's split up. I'll go in first, and then you can slip in while I keep the main defense force busy. It is interesting. I always thought it was an interesting dynamic in the color coding. Zero has the red color scheme and the blue chip on his forehead. Well, X has the blue color scheme with the red chip. I don't think that necessarily means anything. The main colors are clearly red and blue either way. Ah, crap. But I always thought it was an interesting dichotomy. Crap, I was hoping to get a pink shot out of that one. Not quite enough charging time. Come on, bro. Can't remember if this actually works or not. There's a certain place where I tried using this and it's just like it hit the enemies and then the shield itself popped because it doesn't have, like, if you hit an enemy that's above a certain HP threshold, like that for instance, the shield just fizzles out. It does the damage, but then the shield itself pops. So whichever one has the higher threshold is the one that survives. Where was it? Oh, no, that's right. The place that usually happens is if you use the shield on the elevator in Boomer Quanger's stick. Oh, come on, really? If you use it on the elevator in Boomer Quanger's stage, it always pops in the section right after. Same thing here, I guess. You can use it to get into the base, but then the enemies right after just pop it. Stay back, X. I'll take him on. Oh, right. I don't have max hit. Why do I keep saying HP? I don't have max health, so I can't Hadouken. Now, one time, I managed to Hadouken Vile's right armor about 12 to 15 times in a row. X, do what I tell you or he's history. Don't listen to him, X. Go ahead and blast him. Dream on, Zero. X knows he can't defeat me. My armored carrier is more than a match for his ancient weapons. Okay, ancient weapon? X-Buster? Maybe. Weapons, plural? I literally killed 8 of your guys to get these. They're not that old. I'm just gonna stand here. I don't even care. I can't beat you, but I can still insult you by being rude. Kamikaze! Maybe, but I'm not through yet. You know what the sad part is? If I had just been able to engage Vile immediately, as soon as I saw him, start shooting with all my weapons, I probably could have kept him out of his armored carrier. Granted, I've played this game a lot, but I guess Theo doesn't use a sword in this one, does he? It's not until either 2 or 3. I don't remember if he gets his sword at the end of 2 or the beginning of 3. Whatever. What a worthless gesture. I can't be defeated so easily. So, X, it's just you and me now. Speaking of translations, I really want to know what the heck Vile was supposed to be saying here in the original. Not this is... Where did all that energy come from? It really doesn't matter how much energy you absorb, X. Absorb from what? I've literally never been able to figure out what this line is supposed to mean. Like, what actually just happened? Did X have a special sub-tank? Did he just rage out and his anger is fueling him? I don't actually know to this day what is supposed to be going on here. You are still far too weak. Prepare to be terminated. Does anyone ever actually prepare to be terminated? Ah, crap. Well, oh! Nope, okay. I tried. Okay, so he's got a slight iframe delay as well. I feel like I would have been better at fighting him if I had walls to climb. He's always been a challenge for me, but I'm used to being able to scamper up the walls like a spider and run around the room. X, I've taken too much damage. Auto repair systems can't handle it. My power is fading fast. Your power is greater than I thought. Maybe you can destroy Sigma. Yeah. Zero's dead. Those who... excuse me. Dash! What is going on here? Why is it not let... There we go. It took me like 20 tries to start it, but... finally pulled it off. Now this time, I am going to do my best to heal up. Wait, hold on. Nope, come on. I can't get all of the bosses, but I can usually get at least a couple with the Hadouken takedown. Some of them are just annoying because they move in ways that makes it hard for me to actually hit them. Sting Chameleon I almost never hit. Launch Octopus, same deal. Ooh, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, that just disappeared. That's cool. Okay. Nope. Okay, fine. If I'd gotten both of those, I'd be at max HP, but it's fine. And it's also fine that I did keep calling it HP. I will just have to accept the fact that I am an RPG nerd. I want to be careful here. Nope. Oh, come on. I literally just need the one. No. Well, I don't need the... Yeah, I don't need the spark refilled. That... No! Okay. That was me slipping. My finger slipped on the controller and not moving right. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Yes! I didn't actually think I'd get him. Now for the really important one. Spider. The spider is probably one of the most annoying bosses. Not to Hadouken. He's actually one of the slightly easier ones if you can catch him right at the start of the fight. But if you don't, holy crap, he is obnoxiously difficult. Ah, shoot, come on. There we go. Okay, so I cannot have two Hadokens on the screen, but I should be able... Oh, I forgot about those buttons on the back of my controller. Didn't actually mean to hit that dash. Hold on. Sorry, working this in my head. He's gonna be on the far left. Right. Crap. I don't like this, but it's still way easier if I do it. No! No, darn you! None of those... dingbat. You freaking... No. No, now it's just a matter of principle. I am going to Hadouken you in the face. Okay, wait. Right, left, right, second spot. Too early. Hold on. Third. There. Yes, I wasted 2 sub-tanks to heal 2 health each. But I don't care. I don't care. I did what I did, and I don't regret it. It's a matter of principle, dang it. I don't actually need those sub-tanks, honestly. I got 2 more. I'm probably going to need them for, like, endgame, maybe against Sigma. Final bosses, I'm not the best at... Not the best at taking on Final Sigma. But... I don't think I'll need them. I haven't had to use any sub-tanks except for Spider, and that was 2 health each. So I think I'll be okay. Plus I could potentially fill them up just organically. Like this. What's this? This is Penguin. I think. I honestly wish that this level had been longer. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Doing Hadouken on this guy's annoying because he always starts... Well, not always, but he frequently starts by doing the spitting ice, which blocks the Hadouken. So I often don't even bother. Besides, he's not that hard. He's just annoying with his momentary invincibility. But he keeps using... Oh my lord. Well, that was annoying. I don't know why. This is honestly one of my favorite levels and favorite aesthetics, like with the big windows and the skyline with the mountains. It's not my favorite song. But I don't know, for some reason I always felt like this mission just had a different vibe than a lot of the other... Or the different vibe than the other Sigma stages for sure, and just overall different vibe than a lot of the rest of the game, and I don't know what it is specifically that makes this level feel different to me. Color palette probably has something to do with it. Yeah, you know what? You keep dropping, I'll keep grabbing. You still don't have to do Armored Armadillo again. Yeah, I can probably Hadouken him. Wings, flap, flap, flap. Ah, shoot. Got him. He's one of the easier ones, especially once you get used to dodging. And you don't even have to worry about dodging as long as he doesn't start doing the dive bomb attacks. Ready, and go. Yeah, almost got 3 tanks now. They'll probably be full by last level. And I don't think I'm going to need more than 2 tanks for Final Sigma anyway. I may not actually need any tanks. There are sometimes I do really well, other times I do less well. Oops. I don't know. Final Sigma, he's weird because if you can get into a good groove and not get hit, you're fine. But even with all of the armor, you still take a lot of damage on every hit. So if you do take a few hits, you're definitely going to need a sub-tank. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of 50-50. I've been playing through these games, replaying them recently, so I might actually be able to do it with no subs, but we'll see. Formula, that's the word I was looking for. Now let's see if I can actually... Oh, nope. Yeah, I feel like X1, what I was saying earlier, I feel like X1 perfected the formula and that none of the other games quite hit the proper balance that X1 did in terms of the challenge, the aesthetic, the viability of all of the armor pieces. I mean, the headpiece, honestly, the headpieces have been kind of useless throughout the entire series. 2 and 3 had semi-useful. Yeah, yeah, okay. I didn't think I'd be able to Hadoken him. I'm not going to waste this slip tank. Excuse you. There we go. Excuse you again. You know what? Fine. I'll tank the hits. I don't even care at this point. I'll just tank you, bro. Gotcha. Perfect rhythm. At least at the end. Yeah, a lot of people really liked X2. I wasn't as much of a fan because for me personally, X2's armor felt, I don't know, a little odd. The air dash was fine. Actually, the air dash was fine. The double shot was probably the best arm upgrade in the series. But the head was useless. The chest piece was only good for maybe one fight. Oh. And I just screwed myself. I wasn't even thinking Hadoken. Whatever, it's fine. But yeah, X2's armor was weird. There were certain parts where it was just incredibly difficult to get certain items. Mostly Crystal Snail and one heart tank on Wheelgator. Well, other parts that the game felt like it was almost too easy. Certain parts were just like, if you don't find this, it's just because you didn't look for it. And I don't know. I'm gonna try to Hadoken him. I'm not expecting it to work. Actually, I don't think I can. Yeah, fudge. I don't think I would actually be able, because there's a brief charge up for the Hadoken. And I don't think I will be able to hit him before he hit me with the missiles, and he'd interrupted anyway. So I'm terrible at dodging that opening volley. So yeah, three's bosses were really tough the first time through. Having replayed it, I know their rhythm now. They're actually pretty easy, but first time they were rough. And some of those items I feel like you pretty much can't find without the radar. Plus, there's certain sections that are just, I don't know. Like I said, 3 felt too bloated. 4 5. Yeah, none of the others hit the formula that one did. I'm kind of repeating myself, but 1 is the classic for a reason. Okay, you're sounding very triumphant, my friend, and also very trumpet, but you are ultimately not doing anything. How full is that? I'm not worried about the 3rd sub-tank. If somehow I lose to Final Sigma with 3 sub-tanks, I'll just refill in the tower. I don't want to, but I figure if that's what ends up happening, then I probably deserve it. That. Okay. Fairly smooth run, all things considered. Of course, it's not over yet. Still gotta... Yeah, okay. Wait, is it? Is this... Where's my... Oh, my mouse. Is my mouse... Wait, hold on. Is my mouse actually... Oh, it disappears when it gets on the screen. Okay. I was going to say, I thought it was visible for a second there. But the screen just blanks it out. No one catches it on the edge. Whee! Oh, that's right. I haven't died yet. Well, no. I died a couple times. Welcome. I see you managed to get here by yourself. Very impressive. I'm not going to try to imitate Sigma's voice. I could destroy you, but I would not want to rob my pet of that pleasure. He knows how to deal with betrayers. Actually, you were head of the Maverick Hunters and then went Maverick. I am the original. You betrayed me, not the other way around. But that's fine, because I know how to deal with betrayers too. Should you live, I'll be waiting for you. Don't disappoint me, X. There's supposed to be a comma after you. There we go. Makes that fight 1,000 times easier. Now, can I... Doki Doki Sigma. Excellent job, X. I see why Zero counted on you. You were almost as good a hunter as I was. But the time of your destruction has arrived. You shall regret ever having defied me. Almost as good of a hunter? Bro. Alright, here we go. Now to see whether I rock or suck. Okay, well, I guess I'm going up this way. Ah! Ah, okay. Probably gonna have to do a single sub-tank. Maybe not, maybe not. Yes! One more hit and I would have pulled out the tank. As a kid, I always thought that the door at the bottom should have, like, broken open and he should have fallen down the tower before he exploded. Because it's, like, right there on top of the head. No, it's not possible. I'm a Rep Lord. I can't be destroyed by you. I'm a Rep Reploid. Am I a Reploid? The Reploids are based on X, so is X actually a Reploid? Huh. Why, X? Why have you done this to us? Without the humans, my Reploid brothers could have ushered in a new age. And with the humans, my Reploid brothers are going to usher in a new age without you. See, how did you not know where that fortress was? How did Zero take so long to find it? It's basically a city on a flying island. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Wish this scrolled slightly faster. Dramatic reading. I just don't want to have to pause between each line. The war has ended for now, and peace has been restored. But those who sacrificed themselves for the victory will never return. Exhausted, X gazes at the destruction he helped cause and wonders why he chose to fight. Was there another way? Standing on the cliff, the answers seem to escape him. He only knows that he'll have to fight the Mavericks again before he finds his answer. How long will he keep on fighting? How long will his pain last? Maybe only the X-Buster on his hand knows for sure. I also feel like, in terms of the overall vibe and the ending, Megaman X1 achieved this perfect balance of triumph and tragedy that none of the other ones really did. X5 had, for what it was, it had a good ending. There were some hiccups narratively there. And those other problems in the game caused issues for at least for me, in terms of taking in the ending, because like I take in the game as a whole unit. The ending was actually really good, but the rest of it kind of spoiled it for me. But X1, this was at the very beginning. Like, we had no confirmation Sigma was going to come back as a villain. It makes sense that they would bring him back, because he is a robot. He just gets rebuilt. But we had no final confirmation that he was going to be... They could have brought in different villains in each game. They could have done whatever they wanted. So all we knew at the end of this game was there were the Maverick Hunters, the Maverick Hunter leader, Sigma. We fought, we destroyed them. Zero is gone, Violet's gone, Sigma is gone. X is basically the last one standing from that first generation. And whatever comes next is what's going to come next. By the time you get to 2 and 3, it's clear that this is going to be a repetitious battle. So it doesn't have the same sense of... It's not even finality so much as it feels like it's really the closing of a chapter, right? Defeating Sigma feels like a true... Like, if Sigma had legitimately, permanently been destroyed in this game. Now, granted, there's a section at the end, but if he had permanently been destroyed in that fight and a new boss had appeared in a later game, or in each game had been with a different final boss, that would have fit the vibe just as well as bringing him back. Again, in the context of just the first game by itself. So, and even, and the music too, I mean, everything adds to that whole sense of it. this really does feel like the end of an era, even though it is just the ending of the first game. I think a lot of first games have that. Mass Effect 1, I felt like, had a very good ending wrap-up. The music, just the ending, the whole ending section in general. If he had just been, you know, riding off into the horizon, we didn't actually see the wrap-up of the story in Mass Effect 2 or 3. I felt like the ending of 1 was fantastic. The ending of 1 here was fantastic. Kingdom Hearts 1, better ending than 2 or 3. Yeah. X1 set the tone and it did everything right. And so, while the other games copied the formula and did good things with it, none of them quite did everything right. Each one of them had something that was just a little bit off. And after 5, it was just a total crapshoot. You have won a temporary victory, X. What you destroyed was only a temporary body. My spirit remains intact. In time, I will find other bodies strong enough to do my bidding, and I will return. I shall see you soon, X. Very soon. Also, Sigma felt more menacing here. Like, you beat him once and he's promising to come back and haunt you. You kill him twice, you take him less seriously. By the third and the fourth time, it's just like, okay, let's do this all over again. Although 3 did have a really, really strong, yeah, 3 had a really strong final form. Time jump into the future. I forgot how silly the art is for the X-Hunters. It has been 6 months since the destruction of Sigma, and little has changed. The Maverick revolt started by Sigma is over, but Megaman X and the new generation of Maverick Hunters have yet to destroy all of Sigma's followers. Led by information gained by Dr. Kane, Megaman X and the rest of the Maverick Hunters have tracked the last of the Mavericks to an abandoned Reploid factory. There they hope to wipe out the last of the Resistance. Little do they suspect that real war is about to begin. Megaman X2 versus X-Hunters. You can already tell just by the music, the vibe of this, it's a lot more upbeat, a lot more adventurous, which is fine. It's not a bad tone, but it does feel, it makes the stakes feel a little lower, at least to me. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that feels that way. All right. Moment of silence for Green Hunter. Farewell, my friend. I hardly knew ye, even after playing this game dozens of times. Whee, I can dash. Right out of the gate. I could have got under that. I'm already playing like I have sub-tanks, and I haven't even grabbed one yet. Bleh. Okay. Starting over from scratch. I will say, playing these recently, doing a playthrough of like 1, 2, 3 in order, I will say that it has been a little awkward for me because I am so used to like just playing the game by itself, and then later on I'll play 2, and later on I'll play 3. Jumping from 1 to 2 to 3, finishing a game with all of the upgrades, all of the powers, and then having to start over immediately does kind of throw my brain for a loop. And the start of each game tends to mess me up a bit because I'm so used to my brain is still in the mode of end game from the previous one that I haven't. Okay, that's not something that usually happens to me. Pop. popping a big metal balloon. This is their leader. His name is Megaman X. Those who underestimated him are now nothing but scrap. So in the retranslation, he actually says a line which is essentially the opposite of what he just said. Where it's like, he's nothing special. I could easily, like his voice trails off. He's saying like, you know, I could easily crush him or something along those lines. So he is actually the one underestimating X, as opposed to saying that they need to make sure they don't underestimate him. We won't make the same mistake. He is powerful, but he's blind to what is happening around him. Our Mavericks will keep him busy until we are ready. Yes, how is the plan proceeding? Collection is proceeding as scheduled. However, we are having problems with the control chip. We have little time. We must finish construction on schedule. We must hurry. Interesting. Agile's text speed actually slows down for the last one. Okay, how am I doing this? Yeah, wire sponge I think is going to be number one. There was an order I took this as a kid that I'm not doing now. Typically, when I was a kid, I would do, well, so the order I picked up, I actually got from like the Nintendo Power or something. I would start with Wire Sponge, then Ostrich, then, hold on, Sponge, Ostrich, then Wheel Gator, and go back to Ostrich, back to Gator to get the armor pieces, and then progress through in order of the weaknesses. Now, I can beat Ostrich and Wire Sponge both without having to... No! I can beat both of those guys without having to worry about needing weaknesses. Wire Sponge is ridiculously easy. I want to refill my sip tank a little bit. No! Or fill... Okay, you know what? I quit. And first thing I do as soon as I quit is I start filling my tank. Cool, cool. But yeah, I have a certain rhythm in my head for how I typically play these games. And that... Oh, come on. Really? And that rhythm is totally thrown for a loop when I try to do a more optimal routing through the game. Of course, my optimal routing starts with armor pieces and does not give me the weapons to fight the X-Hunters, which always comes back to bite me with Violin. Freaking hate that dude. Right, I don't have... That's right, this is first boss. What am I doing? This... Now that I'm thinking about it, does this guy give you Chill Penguin vibes? He's got the little thing he does where he spins his blades around to block your attacks, which reminds me of like when Chill Penguin spits the ice. He goes up, sort of. Chill Penguin like jumps up to the middle of the screen, so it's not exactly the same. Dang it. The one red. I was hoping I could do more damage before then. Really? I thought his hitbox, or I thought his invincibility frames ended before that. Oi. Bro. You're just gonna die. Chill out. You're really tryharding this, okay? Just... Shh. Sleep. Rest forever here in our hearts. Okay. The other thing that throws me for a loop is I'm used to grabbing this with the leg booster and not the chain because I suck at using the chain. If you know what you're doing, it can be an extremely valuable tool to help you get to places that are otherwise inaccessible. I've been playing this game for decades. I still don't know what I'm doing with the chain. Ooh, enemies dropping health. I could probably fill up a sub-tank here. Oh, let's try that again. Wow. I never get it that fast. Wow. Megaman X, enter the capsule. This enhancement will modify your X-Buster. With it, you will be able to charge energy in both arms at once. This enables you to shoot a double shot or to charge any weapon. Best X-Buster in the series. Genuinely. Because the amount of damage this thing can do to bosses is absolutely ridiculous. For whatever reason, the bosses don't get iframes after the first shot. So the amount of raw damage this Buster can dish out, I will say this, this is not my favorite X game, but this is my favorite X Buster by far. Oh, didn't think I would get that. What am I at? That's almost full. Sweet. Whatever. Okay. Bro. Go away, please. Okay. Now for the annoying part. Ah, shoot. Come on. Nope, that's not gonna work. Come on. Come on. Ah, still just a little... Nope. This technique is still easier than having to try to use the fire boost to grab it. And at least in my opinion, I always end up clipping the spikes when I do that. At least I thought this is easier. But it is still annoying. What am I at? Only one. Okay. Well, I don't have to worry about the... Nope. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I've done this before, and I can always tell when I have enough time, but something's up about this. I don't know what it is. Bro, shoot me. Hit me. Nope. Hurt me more. Bro, what are you doing? You're literally just sitting there. Or riding there. Nope. What am I doing? How do I... There we go. That's what you do. I've only been practicing that technique fairly recently. I actually only learned about it probably in the last week or two. So I have not had time to actually get good at it. But, hey, I managed to pull it off. Not first try, but first run through the level. So I will not have to repeat this level later. Which is a nice change from how it's always been. Used to be I had to do this level 3 times. First time to get the weapon, which I then used to get the legs. Second time to use the legs to get the charge shot. And then third time after I get the fire to get the heart tank. Which is just too many times. I don't hate this level, but 3 times is too much. Right, I don't have the air dash yet, so I cannot skip him. Not without taking a hit anyway. Come on. Perfect. And now, fun fact, I actually am better... I'm better against him with the do I try the wire? I haven't tried the wire in a while. I saw somebody do this near perfectly, but the problem is the actual window. Whoa. Did not mean to release a charge shot of that. Okay. The window before he dives under the water is so small. Not that window, but that one too. Wheelgator is genuinely... He is genuinely one of the only bosses, probably not the only one, but one of the only bosses I find more annoying to fight with his weapon than with the X-Buster. Yeah, he just, every time he dives under, if I use the X-Buster, particularly the double charge shot, he actually dies faster. Okay, that was not my plan. Let me go. Dude! Okay, that's fine. Okay, he's not supposed to dive this much. Typically when you use the X-Buster, he only dives 2 or 3 times. He's supposed to do this. And then charge at me, not dive under the water again. Well, I still did more damage that time with my X-Buster than I would have if I had used Shane. See, that's right there. That was what he was supposed to do. Hit the wall, or use the saw blades, hit the wall, use the saw blades again. If he does that, you can actually... You can probably avoid having him dive more than maybe twice. 2 or 3 times. If you get a good RNG on it. I don't know if there's a way to modify his behavior to move in a certain way to keep him acting that way, but... Yeah, if you can keep him from diving, he goes down super fast with the X-Buster. I see now why Sigma fell at the hands of Megaman X. He is quite formidable. I am not sure our Mavericks can hold him long enough. We may have to intervene. See? High energy, adventurous music. Not bad, but a definitely different vibe than you get in 1 and 3. Really all the other games. This game felt like the most casual atmosphere of all the Mega Man X games. Dr. Kane, what happened? A group of mavericks calling themselves the X-Hunters have just contacted us. Greetings. We have all of Zero's parts. They can be yours if you can defeat us. We look forward to meeting you, X. X. Zero's control chip is still stored here. I'm doing almost a British thing with him. I doubt it is possible to resurrect him without it. Dr. Kane, I've got to get Zero's parts back. At any cost. Oh violin, how much do I hate thee? He is, in my opinion, the most annoying boss in this game. And that's a tall order, because there's a few annoying ones here. I know technically he's a sub-boss or whatever. Or side boss, something like that. What the? What you doing, bro? Okay, well, at least I have the the charged arm upgrade. Don't have the bubbles, but he's always the first one I fight, even on the other order. If you do Sponge, Ostrich, Wheelgator, he shows up in Wheelgator's level. So it doesn't matter which order I go. He's always first one. X, I shall crush you like a tin can. Do they still have tin cans? Like, they haven't used tin for cans in a while. They typically use aluminum now. Oh. But if you watch his health bar when I do the double shot, how he takes just a crap ton of damage from both shots together. It is incredibly satisfying the amount of damage you can deal with this thing, if you can actually hit him with everything. Oh. Come on, bro. It cannot be. Now the unification is in jeopardy. Why did you not capitalize your first word? You got Zero's parts number 2. The retranslation also changes that from parts number 1, 2, and 3 to head, chest, and legs for greater clarity. Now it's notable, and was almost certainly deliberate, that each of the X-Hunters has a certain characteristic which could arguably be aligned to one of Zero's parts. Agile, who's the fastest, he has Zero's legs. Violin, who is the brute force toughest, has the chest. And Surges, who's probably the smartest. Maybe. Okay. Surges has Zero's head, and I have no idea how to get up there without the bike exploding, except I just keep doing it until it works. I legitimately do not know why sometimes it runs into the wall and sometimes it lets me get up there. I assume there's a technique that speedrunners know, or professional players, to always get up there 100% of the time. But I don't know it. Do not know it. There we go. Third time's a charm, I guess. Third time's a witch's brew. Megaman X, enter the capsule. This enhancement will modify your main drive unit. With it, you will be able to dash while in midair. Use it wisely, Megaman X. Something I realized, in X1 and 3, the dash is mandatory for getting the arms. And in 2, it technically isn't. I mean, I got the arms, obviously. But growing up, I think part of the reason I didn't want to use the chain is because I felt like the legs were mandatory. And they definitely are the easier way to get it if you get the leg armor first. The problem is it's just annoying because you have to beat Gator to get the weapon, to get the legs, to go back to Gator stage, and then get the arms. A lot more backtracking. But yeah, for the longest time, it just felt like legs are always the first upgrade. I think in X1, they I don't think you can get any other armor upgrades without getting the legs first. Oh, well, okay. Ostrich, I've killed you with the X-Buster even back when I was a novice. You're not going to win. No! Okay, screw... Hey! That was rude. Okay. So... Hold on. Got the armor, got the heart tank. I think every level I've done so far is a total clear. Hold on, why do I feel like I'm missing something? No, that's right. There is a level I do need to repeat, because I can't do it the fancy way. But it is not any of the ones so far. It's the next one, Bubble Crab. Yeah, that's fine. I never fight this guy with magnet mines, even if I have him. Oh, that's agile, by the way. I know Bubble Crab, that's not his weakness. His is, Saw Blade. The other thing about this game that made it feel kind of like easy mode is the way you can charge your sub-tanks once you have all the correct things, the way you can just fast charge them on this level. It felt like they just kind of made the whole thing automatic. Hold on. I'm trying to remember, how do I properly do this? Come on. Nope. There we go. Gotta make sure that he's not in the way later. Another fun fact, when I was a kid, I did not know he was vulnerable to being taken out by Slicer. I would always just chase him down with the X-Buster till the end of the level, damaging him as much as I possibly could. Okay, I have the heart tank. Cannot get... Well, I've seen some of these crazy moves. Could I pull it off? Sorry, I'm trying to do something I caught in a TAS. Trying to catch the edge and then jump off of it. No, I'll come back with bubbles. It's not worth it. And now for the easiest of the 3 sub-boss. Well, it's easy if you're used to playing these games and you're fast. He can actually be super annoying otherwise. But I find him to be the easiest. Welcome, X. Your destruction is at hand. Come on. He is easily the most predictable and repetitive. Kind of boring after a while. And done. I may have failed, but you'll never live to see zero. Zero parts number 3, the legs. Yeah, Surges can be annoying because of his shield, and Violin can be annoying just because he's hard to dodge with a big rock when he smashes about randomly. But if you get into the right pattern, Agile is ridiculously easy. Hello. Oh wait. Oh shoot. I was expecting that different part. I don't know when that message was sent. If you are still watching, hi. Whoa, nope, nope. Why did I think that would show up at the top of chat? That doesn't make any sense. Hello. I know. I recognize Turtle's fun. Are you watching right now? How's my audio? Like voice versus game audio. Funny. But no, seriously. Testing, testing, audio testing. Actually, I should probably talk like this because this is how I've been talking the whole time. Yeah, let's just repeat that. I don't want to do Crystal. My voice is low? Okay. Hold on. I thought this was actually this was usually the good volume. Okay. So, hey hon, can you come in here? Okay, fair enough. Tell you what, I'll ask you through the stream. So I'm doing the OBS thing, and when I increase my volume, it starts to get up into the yellow zone. Is that supposed to be where it goes? Because previously it was basically hitting the top of the green. Now it's actually going up to yellow. I don't know. I'm trying to learn how to read this to know when my voice is at the right level, but I never know what that is. There are numbers. Hold on. So the top of red is 0. That's the top of red. Oh. Okay. Hold on a second. I feel like that's still loud. Okay. So. Well, okay. So I'm at max volume. I can't go louder without boot. Well, actually, hold on. That's not true. I'm at max volume in OBS. Let me see what my microphone settings are. What? No, that's not right. Sound. Yeah, currently, no. Okay, this is max volume without boosting it. So, another sound test. How do I sound now? Because this is just at full volume. No reduction at all. Also no boost, but, you know. Presumably I don't think I'm supposed to be artificially boosting my voice. Do I just need to shove my mouth like right next to the mic like this? Can you hear me? What? Let me out. So, wait, talking at this level is the correct level? Is that what you're saying? Where's the... Oh, shoot. Gosh dang it. I should have done crystal. Bleh. Okay, fine, whatever. I don't want to risk losing the last part, so I'll just do it this way. No, that's yeah, I get it. It's YouTube. It's always had a delay. That's why I used to stream on Twitch more, but Twitch has been not great lately. Okay. So I just need to talk really loud all the time. Okay, fair enough. Well, at least I know. I will try to keep my volume up. Apologies that I'll be talking so loud. Me say, boom de gasa. Ah, close. I tried. Oh. Ah, shoot, I forgot. I was supposed to use the weapon for that. That's fine. Surges is here. Air dash. Yeah. Actually, I have that now. I think another reason I'm not a fan of X2 compared to the other games is I don't like this boss music specifically. Something about it just... not a fan. I am Surges and I cannot allow you to stop the unification. It is for the good of all. I'm really sure it's not. At the very least, it's not for the good of humans. Gotcha. You have merely delayed the inevitable. We will meet again. Yeah, they were not trying very hard in this translation. They replaced a space with a comma. You got 0 parts number 1. Hilariously, he says I've only delayed the inevitable, but that's actually the last part I need. So technically I've won. At least in this stage of the plot. Do, 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 do. There we go. And It's whiny music. I mean, is it whiny? See, now I want to listen to it again. It's okay. The problem is when I'm trying to think of a way to describe it, I'm remembering a video I saw about music theory relating to Chrono Trigger's music, because I feel like it's doing a similar effect to one of those songs. The problem is I don't know music theory. So, like, I have an idea I'm trying to express in my head, but I don't know how to do it. It's like non-functional harmony. You make the notes, like, clash a little bit to make them sound deliberately uncomfortable. Something like that. Gotta go back and watch that again. That's a really good video. Ooh, cool. Hit me. Just in case you're wondering, I'm taking the hits because I'm trying to charge up my Giga Crush attack, which for some reason charges when I take damage. Seems like a weird way to do it, but... This is another example. One of those bosses I was talking about. Some of the bosses in this game are really hard. Some are super easy. And there's not really many that I would describe as being in the middle of the pack. So the difficulty balance just feels really, really weird compared to 1 and 3. And then they totally changed up the formula. Well, not the formula, but the when they switched to PlayStation 1, the characters and movement all changed a bit, so it feels very different in 4 and 5. I can try to reactivate Zero to help, but I need more time before you can reinstall his control chip. Try to slow them down. I'm not the one reinstalling it, bro. Good luck. Okay. Dissonance, yeah. Yeah, I prefer narrative dissonance, not musical dissonance. What order am I taking these in? I got... Yeah, I might as well just do order of weapon abilities. No reason not to. There's no special abilities. I don't... I need fire before I need magnet, but other than that, everything else I can just do in order. And fire comes early anyway, so it's fine. Dude, what? I swear that was another dropped input. Sometimes it doesn't let me dash when it's supposed to. Come on. Oh, I forgot that was invincible at the front. Okay, come on. Running from an erupting volcano. Boom. 2 tanks full. I'm not going to worry about grabbing the extra pieces for refills. I can technically just refill all my tanks whenever I want now. I've got all the equipment for it. Jerk. No! You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I'm at the boss. I'm just gonna tank it. Hold on a second. Let me see something. Ba, 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 ba. All right, hun, you are now a managing moderator. You can do whatever you want in chat. Not that there's anybody to do it to, but... Do-do-do. I feel like this is slower than just using the normal shot, but... Meow. I mean, technically you can act like a cat even without moderator privileges, but if that's what you want to do with them, I won't judge. Out loud. Now let's see if I can clear this without sending off any alarms. I used to be able to. Back in the day, I could go through the whole level without doing a single alarm. But I don't know if I'm still that good. Here's the annoying one. And run. Crap. Did not work. Okay. Nope. That's not the weapon I wanted. Wait, hold on a second. What? Wait. I missed a heart tank? I don't... Okay. I'm highly confused. What? 6 heart tanks makes them equal. 2 more after that, but there's only 1 more level. Yeah, I missed one. Where did I miss one? Oh my gosh, did I miss one? No. First level? Did I miss it on first level? Ah, I gotta go back and check. Whoa! I know I got it on Gator. I know I got it on Bubble. I just got it on Fire, so that one's fine too. I just got it here, so this one's fine. Yeah, I definitely got it on Ostrich. Ooh, got past it that time at least. Remember, because so Ostrich, I remember having to go up that ramp several times. Who's left? No. It was I need the that's right. I need the crystal to the crystal weapon to get it on Moth's level, and I didn't have it, so I had to skip it. That's what I'm missing. Okay, then I'll just have to grab it after I clear the last level. Yeah, okay, that's right, because I typically go after Crystal to get to the X Hunter, and then I go back for Moth. And then I don't have to replay the level. Okay. Hello, Tiger. You're probably highly confused because you're currently hearing me from two places at once in the same house. I will say one thing about the weapons in this game is it very much feels like they were specifically created for each of these bosses. Like the way that this explodes into like 4 little pieces. And that's probably what makes it feel too easy because, like, in X1 there are several weapons that, yeah, they damage the boss, but it's not like they're specifically designed for them. Like Rolling Shield versus Octopus. You just have to hit him as much as you can. Spark against Armadillo, same thing. It's just, yeah, these weapons make things feel too easy. Except, oh gosh, except for Gator. The chain is actually worse than the X-Buster. Wait, did we get an Amazon package today? Thank you, I appreciate it. I didn't know we got an Amazon package. Or was that just an older package he was playing with? Okay, now this is one of the wildest tricks slash glitches I've ever seen. This used to be a super difficult jump. I watched some videos and now I've figured out the right way to do this. Oh, nope, that is not how you do that. Let me try again. I pushed the wrong button. Okay. There we go. If you just hold the fly button, you will run out of fuel before you get there. But if you tap it and release several times, it can keep you going much, much further. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's deliberate. But that is the easy way to get that item. Wait, what am I doing? There's no X Hunter on this level. Why am I going up here? Okay, well, at least I still have the right armor. Yesterday. Ah, got it. Gotcha. Okay. Last armor piece. And possibly the single most useless upgrade in the entire series. Oh, I was supposed to read that. Whatever. Nobody cares about this armor. I'm curious, does this give me health or the other one? Okay, well, that's not super useful. Okay. Last boss. Oh. Ow. Another fun thing I used to do was I would... Oh. I would do my best to make sure that he could never get back in his shell. No! No shell for you. Gotcha. Because, fun fact, when you blow him up and he's not in the shell actually gets left behind. But I always make it a challenge for myself to try to keep him from ever getting back in after he gets knocked out of it the first time. I've still got it. Oh, yeah. Megaman X, I've located the X-Hunter's base. It's at grid location 00. That's right at the North Pole. Why would you build your base? Never mind. Roger, Dr. Kane, I'm on my way. It will take some more time to reactivate Zero. Slow them down, Megaman X. I could just kill them. That is a better option. Oh, right, I need to, yeah. Bow, bow, bow. And a jump. And a heart. What am I at sub-tank wise? Yeah, I'll hit up Bubble Crab stage. Top off my tanks. It'll only take a few seconds. Plus I can get that last life. Push me up to 9. Just in case I die a bunch trying to get the special capsule. I don't think... Not positive. I want to say I don't think I've died at all. Except for the instant kill spikes and other things. I don't think I've died in any fights. But the spikes... All it takes is slightly miscalculating where you're going and... Spike wall, pit, instant death. Oh, that's not what that's supposed to be. Boom. And done. So, my last... I mean, I've kind of been... I've been kind of ripping into this game a lot, but my last criticism is the weapon combo colors. Some of them are decent, like Crystal's decent, Bubble's decent. What the hell is this color combo? Pale green and some kind of reddish orange? Green and pink? I don't know. I don't think that's quite as bad. This is, that's okay. That's decent. I think this one's too pale, but it's not bad. Yellow and gray, that's fine. I want to say this one looks worse when you don't have all the armor. It looks better now. But yeah, a couple of these. Fire when you don't have the armor. And the silk shot. They just look weird. Like, I get you don't want to just keep reusing the same color palette in each game. But it's just... Some of them did not hit the mark. I don't think any of the color combos in 1 were bad. I can't remember what all the colors were in 3. I'll be playing that soon, so I'll judge them when I get them. Yeah, I'm doing this wrong. Oops, wrong side. Nope. I tried. What is wrong with me? What? I'm just gonna go back to normal X-Buster. I'm still gonna get hit, but at least I'll have a boring weapon. Oh. Now for the whiny song. Wait, no. Oh, yeah. Whiny song. Yeah, I don't like fighting this guy. Didn't think I'd have to use one of those, but okay, that's fine. Just tank it. Just tank it. It's fine. What? How could he have overloaded my circuits? I mean, I already beat you the first time. I'm better armed this time. You really shouldn't have tried this. Something just occurred to me. Unrelated to the game. My audio levels might sound different on Twitch than they do on YouTube. And I used to do my settings for Twitch. And I don't know that that's the case. It could have just been my sound was always low. But it could be that Twitch boosts my volume a little bit more. Because it always seemed like it was higher on Twitch. Bro. Okay, no. Okay, I don't need to do this, but I'm going to do it just on principle. Jerk. Okay. This is a weird stage. I feel like I should like this stage more. I like the vibe of it. I like the music. But the layout, it's just annoying. Honestly, that's probably the best summary of my take on the entire game. Like, I feel like I should like Megaman X 2 more than I actually do. There's a lot of things to like, but there's just these little things that... There's multiple little things I don't like, and they add up to make it one of my less favorite games in the series. Less favorite? What? Less preferred, I guess. Playing with fire, dancing by the spikes. Come on, bro. Pick me up. Oops. What the? Oh, right. This is X2, not X1. I cannot kick the walls to break them. Right. Giga Crush. So, fun fact about this. You will lose fewer platforms by using the Giga Crush than if you just destroy his front guns normally. Normally, the front guns will move forward enough that it will destroy 2 of your 4 platforms, but if you Giga Crush it, you'll destroy all 4 instantly, and then... and then you'll have more space to work with. There we go. This is impossible. The prophecy must be fulfilled. What prophecy? I've played the entire series multiple times. I still have no idea what he's talking about. Like, I could guess, but I didn't think there was ever any formal... whatever. Maybe it's the prophecy about the Reploids rising up and destroying the humans. Your mistake was following Sigma, not Skynet. So I'm not a fan of this music either. However, I can't really complain because pretty much all 3 of the first Mega Man X games have... Whoa, get off me, get off me. All 3 of the first Mega Man X games have a level near the end, near the the final Sigma stages, which has some tune that's a little darker or more dreary or something that's kind of this same sort of vibe. I'm not a fan of the last Doppler level music. I'm also not a fan of the, whatever it's called, the weird dino robot thing. Something banga. Or the music on his level, rather. All the games do this, so this is nothing unique, but... Let me up. Well, that's bad, but... Okay, I think it's Silk Shot for these guys. Yes. Sweet. Okay. Right foot halfway over that line. This could be bad. Whoa. I'm never sure about that dash. I've done that dozens of times, and every time I always feel like I'm gonna kill myself. Wow, you're so cool. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. Step inside for a special surprise. Is that a... We're not... Is that a... Bill and Ted? No. It's a fun fact. I've never actually watched Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. But I feel like that's a random movie reference. Some kind of meme. Now this part is interesting because you... I mean, I will not say you cannot cross this without the crystal shot, but it does require you to have knowledge. The game requires you to have knowledge of the different skills, weapons, and their mechanics to be able to cross that. So you can't just run across like you could in the first game. So if you don't know what you're doing, that section is actually extra difficult. Oh boy. Okay. Technically, my record for not dying except to instant kill pits and spikes is intact. It just happened that those were in the boss level. I didn't think I hit dash there, but... What? Okay, wow. I am so bad at using this thing. Let me see if I can use it here before I actually go into the fight. Okay, that one worked just fine. Nope, that one didn't. Nope. Okay, so I'm getting it like 50% of the time. Okay. Got it? Okay. I think I got it now. Watch me die another time, but... Booyah. No, this cannot be. Master, avenge me. So in the retranslation version, he actually says, avenge me, Master Sigma. Whereas in this game, they keep up the question of who the X-Hunters are serving up until, like, honestly, right up until Sigma actually appears. They try to do it more in a more suspenseful way. But in the original version, they reveal it a little bit in advance. Did no sub-tanks. I just lost lives. Still got like 7 of those, though. It's fine. It's fine, probably. Is that right? 7? Yeah, 7 in max sub-tanks. I'll be okay. Now, I am terrible at actually using this thing against most of the bosses, so I'm gonna try to use it here and there, but I'm not gonna stress over it because I'm assuming I'm gonna fail. I mean, I used it, I just didn't use it right. Ooh, that worked. Yes, I didn't think that would work. I guess it was easier because he was in the air. I wonder if I could do that on, what if I could do that on Magna Centipede? Because he goes up and like sits by the ceiling. Oh gosh. I will not be able to fire punch this guy. Guaranteed. Yep, okay. Gotta get close enough just to pull it off. It's super annoying. There's a way to get him into a particular rhythm of moving. Yeah, like that. It's hard because he always rushes at you and the weapon always moves away. So you have to fire the weapon, jump over him, and then have him follow you toward the weapon to take extra damage. But it can be done. I've done it a few times where I just kept leading him into the weapon and giving him extra hits, but it's tricky. No fire punch this time. Who are you? Oh, Ah. Fun fact, when you kill him with a slicer, he actually splits in two when he dies. Since he was always the first boss I took on for a long time, I didn't even know that. But I do appreciate the extra effort they put in. Just like the extra effort they put in to make this guy burn. Possibly the funniest animation in the series. I should be using charged. Whoops. There we go. Back attack. Backstab. Sneak attack. Fireball. Sneak attacking with the fireball. That'd be an interesting technique to use in tabletop games. Let's start over here. He's a piñata. Yeah, kinda. No, I am not pulling out the chain for this guy. I do not. No. He's actually worse. He's more annoying to fight when you use his specific weapon. I'd rather just do X-Buster the whole way through. I mean, look at this. He's more than halfway down on his health, and he's only gone under the water one time. When you use the chain, he goes under the water after every single time you hit him. Yeah, didn't even go... After that initial dive, he didn't even go under again. It wouldn't have been so bad if they gave you more of a window to hit him so you could just rapidly bam, stunned, bam, stunned, bam, stunned. But the window is so small that he almost always goes under a second time. And button mashing doesn't help either. So it's just like, why even use the chain? So this is an example of a weapon that I would not say was made specifically for, like, okay, obviously it's the boss's weakness. And it freezes him, but the way the weapon moves and functions doesn't feel like it was overly tailored for the boss. The silk shot, the way it splits into 4, so that you can basically just stand still and shoot in any direction and always hit your enemy. It feels like it was specifically designed just to beat that boss. Whereas these other weapons, they'll stun the bosses or they'll have some other secondary effect like popping the shield for bubble crab. That's fine. Like the fire against Chill Penguin in the first game. Yeah, it burns him, it stuns him, but it doesn't just negate everything he does and make him trivial. Like this. thing about magnet mines that are interesting, that I have not actually been doing, is you can control where the mines go. You can make them go up or down. That doesn't really help you against this boss. At least not much. I suppose you could... Ultimate Rogue Wizard. You should play the Ultimate Rogue Wizard. I mean, you're planning to play a wizard in the future. Find a way to give it sneak attack or something. Or I may have to do custom rules for that, but... But yeah, so magnet mines. Magnet mines can do this. Whee! But that doesn't specifically negate his ability to fight. This guy, he basically can't do anything. I will stand here. I will look left, I will look right, I will not jump, I will not dash. I will just stand and shoot. And I will get hit. But it doesn't matter where he goes. I can hit him anywhere just by doing this. This is one of the things about this game that just makes it feel too easy. Bro. Okay, I'm just going to charge up and wait. Okay, that was not the way that was supposed to work. Honestly, it's more interesting to do it the hard way. So, going back one more time to the retranslation. This scene here, it has been a while, Megaman X. What? Sigma! He does not say anything. X does not have any lines in this section. It's only Sigma talking. Because, of course, there's been enough hints that you know who's in charge. It's not a surprise anymore. It seems that the X-Hunters have failed. But don't worry. I have arranged for some new toys for you to play with. I did not use any sub-tanks. I don't think. Not that I'm necessarily going to need them anyway, but... And now we're back to Magnus Centipede stage, for some reason. I've heard a lot of people question why they chose to reuse the first part of the stage, and some people have claimed that it's because they ran out of time on development, and so they just did this as the quick and easy option for the final stage. That may be true, but I like to think of it as, like, it's a deliberate fake out to just kind of confuse the players. You get into the level, you think, wait, did I click on the wrong one? And you try to exit, you can't, and you're just like... It completely defies all expectation of what you would normally see on a final level. So, I like to think that was the intention. It may have just been development time, though I don't have any clue. Look who I found wandering around, Mega Man. Black Zero. My friend here has a small problem with you. It seems that you let him die, and he's not too happy about that. Now I think it's time that he repays the favor. Yeah, I got all the Zero parts, bro. That's just a fake. This is one of the best songs in the entire series, hands down. Sigma, you should have studied the blueprints closer. There's only one Zero. Wait, Zero, I know your secret. You were destined to follow me. This is a bad translation, but it is at least accurate to what he was saying. Maybe so, but I still don't like you. Fine, if you will not follow me, then I will watch you die once again. His original line was closer to like, darn it, why are you fighting me? X is your true enemy, something along those lines. Zero! Sorry to keep you waiting, Megaman X. The greetings will have to wait. We've got to defeat all the Mavericks, including Sigma. I'll take out the main computer, and you follow Sigma. Let's go. Then he just casually punches a hole in the floor. Here it is, X. Sigma lies just ahead. Oh, I freaking hate this one. This is one of my least favorite Sigma fights. Just because this guy... Oh, he goes around... Like, first fight. I actually don't mind the final fight. But this first one is just... Ugh. He's going to throw me around like I'm a... I don't even know. Throw me around like a doll. You are merely a bothersome insect, Megaman X. It's about time that I crush you beneath my heel. Wolverine claws, cool. You are incredibly arrogant for a dude who I killed once. Okay, at least he hasn't clawed me yet. Oh, and there we go. First hit. Ooh. Come on. Come on. Oh. Oh, I never used... Oh, wait. No, he stole both the normal and the charge shot from Lightning Dude in the first game. He's just straight up copying his abilities. Or, he's straight up copying my ability that I took from him? I don't know if... I don't think Sparkman Drill ever actually uses that specific move. But once I get its weapon, I can use it. I don't know. I always freeze him so fast right off the bat that I never have the opportunity. Okay. I'm going to try to Shoryuken him until I take a hit. Got him. Once. Yes! I didn't think that would work. That would get maybe one off. Oops. Alright. Forgot about that alarm. Megaman X, I've lost to you again. Each defeat only makes me stronger and serves to bring you closer to your ultimate doom. Yeah, sure, buddy. But something is not right. I don't quite understand. Why did Zero... He is last of the Doctor's creations. Now this is why I say... Yeah, he's dying. This is why I say they might have had a plan from this point as to how the series is going to end. So he called him last of the Doctor's creations. And we know he was not built by Dr. Light. And there's really only one Doctor that could be. So they're already building up the implication that Zero and X might ultimately have to fight one day. And you could actually fight in this game if you don't get all the parts. So it's interesting to think about. I would love to just talk to the writers of this game and ask them, like, what did you have in mind? At what point did you have a full plan for the pentology? And when were you still figuring stuff out? Joined by his friend Zero, Megaman X gazes out over the sea. Sigma has once again been destroyed, but X wonders if the fighting will truly end. Was Dr. Light's dream of a world in which Reploids and humans lived together in peace merely a dream? The price of peace is often high, X thinks to himself. Who or what must be sacrificed for it to become reality? And when the time comes, will he be able to do it? The future holds the answers, or... Yeah, I think that part was just bad translation. I don't remember what the original Japanese was on that part. But the fact that it's saying what has to be sacrificed for it to become reality, and will X be able to do it? That's another thing that makes me think they already knew what the story was going to be for the next 3 games. Could be wrong. Could just be overly hopeful. Now, after these credits are done, I'm going to take a break because my earbuds are probably running a little low on power. I'm going to take a second to charge them, probably grab a quick bite to eat, and then be back in probably like 10 minutes. Actually, you know what? I'll just do that now, while the credits are still going. So yeah, back in 10 minutes, and I'll just leave this on the credits section while it goes. See you in a minute. Whoops. Music ended. Should have had that on loop. Oh well. Oh wait. That's right. This is an interesting game. A lot of people love it, a lot of people hate it. I personally love it. Oh, in the year 21XX, all the Mavericks have been neutralized thanks to the efforts of a Reploid scientist named Dr. Doppler. Doppler! Using his neurocomputer, he has been able to suppress any abnormal behavior in the Reploids and prevent them from going berserk. That's very foreboding music at that point in the story. Many of the most advanced Replords have gathered near their new mentor and founded Doppeltown, a perfect utopian community. Right. With Dr. Doppler guiding them, the world seemed ready to enter a new golden age. After a few months, the Mavericks, who were supposed to have been neutralized by the neurocomputer, suddenly appeared and began to riot. At Maverick Hunter headquarters, all the intelligence indicated that Dr. Doppler was the mastermind behind the invasion. Soon, the call went out to X and Zero to destroy the invading Mavericks and to bring Dr. Doppler to justice. Maverick Hunter X and Zero, dispatch. A few hours later, emergency contact was made by the headquarters of Maverick Hunter. Of the Maverick Hunters? This is the headquarters of Maverick Hunter. We are under attack from the Doppler force. All units return to base immediately and return fire. See what I'm saying about the more serious tone? Like, the first one had the serious tone of first Reploid rebellion, nobody knows what to do. Okay. This music aside, this game already has a much heavier tone than the second one did. Rocket music, though. X, I'll clear out the enemies out here. You go ahead and deal with the ones inside. I love how, like, the two of them are the entire Maverick Hunter force. Like, I'm sure there's other hunters, but it's just like, now, all you guys just keep doing your jobs. We'll take care of this ourselves. Mac, where have you been? You're far too trusting, X. I'm now a member of Doppler's army. You will make a fine addition to our forces. once you've been shown the true destiny of the Reploid race. Gosh dang it. I thought I could get him. Ow, come on. Okay, so fun fact about this guy. He heals when he goes off screen. But if you kill him, he does not respawn. And I normally have a much easier time of killing him than this. I don't know why I'm struggling so much. Okay, hold on. Okay. Well, he's dead. Oh, wait, hold on. You need one shot and one slash to finish this guy off. Are you okay, X? Thanks, Zero. I'm okay. I'll check around headquarters again. Be on your guard, X. I find it funny that X1 ended its first level with a boss that is literally impossible to beat, and then 2 and 3 end theirs with bosses that are almost impossible to lose to. This guy takes so much damage from a single shot. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Looks like we've swept most of the enemies out of here. I'll go back and check on headquarters. Call me if you need me. See you later, X. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. I am going to take an order with these bosses that's not quite... Well, not quite the order that you would normally do with the powers. Right. Yeah, this game has a lot of backtracking. So there's a few bosses or a few levels you pretty much have to do first if you want to minimize backtracking. But unfortunately, that means the first 3 bosses you will not have the enemy weaknesses. You have to do X-Buster against all 3 of them. Normally, this is not where you'd want to start if you're a first-time player. Ice level is where you first want to start, but if you have some practice, this level is doable. Oh gosh. I recently watched a stream where somebody else was playing this game. That's kind of what gave me inspiration to want to play it again. And someone in chat said something that I have never been able to unhear about this level's music. And when it gets around to it, I'll I'll mention what it is in a second. I think this is the... Yeah, no fight here. Tunnel Rhino, Tunnel Rhino. That was never a thing in my head before, and now that I've heard it, I can never unhear it. And it's super annoying. Ah. Rhino, something. Oops. That's not the way I was supposed to go. Try to get clever with it. Honestly, I think mini bosses are probably my least favorite part of this game. A lot of the things other people criticize, some people don't like the music, some people don't like all the different, how bloated the game feels with all the extra items that you don't find in the earlier ones. But for me, the number one thing is just the really annoying sub-bosses. Which is actually the reason why I started trying to figure out the most efficient way to play through levels so I don't have to repeat levels. It started with me playing this game, and then I started applying it to the other level, to the first two games as well. Just because I hate having to replay every time you have to fight those same stupid sub-bosses, and they're incredibly annoying. Well, okay. Low on health, no charge stub tank. Let's hope that I'm actually good at this. Not that it's particularly hard once you know what you're doing. Just have to make sure you don't jump prematurely. Or when he does the stop and the early stop and turn around. I mean, you can still dodge him even if he does turn around, but you have to move a little extra fast. And if you're not expecting it, you'll almost always get run down. Zero hits. Pretty good run. Oh, that's right, I can skip that. Okay. So I actually have a route where I technically only have to... Hold on. In my ideal route, I only have to repeat Tunnel Rhino stage and no one else's. I'm not going to be doing that route because it's slightly easier to do one that's a little bit less efficient. Because that perfect route, well, oh, that's not good. The perfect route has 4 boss fights where I don't have the special weapon that's their weakness. Whereas the slightly less efficient route has only 3 boss fights like that. And the amount of backtracking is minute anyway, so... Why am I coughing so much? Give me a second. Okay, that made it worse. Yeah, that's not happening. That's fine. I'll be back for that in like 2 minutes. I can never time that jump right. I always end up getting hit. Back to X1's arm upgrade. Stupid. Gosh dang it. Worst part is these guys keep respawning. No matter how many times you kill them, they just keep coming back. I knew I wasn't going to make it that time. I am jumping way too early. And this guy is annoying me. No. Well, that's a nice change of pace. Normally I take damage when I loop around. Don't heal it. Got it. Oi. Enter this capsule. X, take this leg upgrade. The upgrade will enhance your mobility in the air. You will be able to dash left, right, or even straight up into the air. So this is interesting. You don't keep the air dash from X2. Just base level. But when you get the armor, you get an upgraded version of X2's leg armor with the air dash. So, I don't know, I always thought that was an interesting twist, because the way he says it implies that you are getting an upgrade on something you already have, but you don't retain the ability between games like you do with the first game's dash upgrade. Heal. I don't actually know if clearing the weather makes it easier to move or if it just makes it easier to see. It feels like the mobility is exactly the same, but I don't know. I've always wondered. I typically don't see, on like speedruns and stuff, people actually take out the weather device to make that jump, so I don't think it makes a difference. But it feels... That was dumb. It feels kind of dumb to have that weather device there in the first place. Like, what does that even do other than just make it a little hard to see? Okay, I am being way too reckless. I can easily beat this guy as long as I'm not playing dumb. Oh crap, I'm dead. Yep. That last one was just an honest mistake, but the earlier ones were just me being dumb. I should have survived that. There's an interesting there's an interesting quality to video games in general, and specifically Megaman X games, where you start out, of course, you're not very good. You get better. Oh. Okay. But then you reach a certain point in skill level where you could actually get worse because you're trying more risky or dangerous moves that are more likely to get you injured, or, you know, just take damage rather. And so you'll end up taking more damage and dying more often than someone who's actually a little bit less skilled than you. Now I say people. That's honestly just me. I don't know if that happens with anyone else. Where you're good, but not as good as you think you... Oh. You're good, but not as good as you think you are. Oh well. The other advantage to doing this is that the two sub-bosses in this game, I have their weaknesses right off the bat, so no matter when I encounter them, I'll be able to take them out. He is the Maverick Hunter I failed to catch last time. I had no idea he is so powerful. Bit and bite. Bring that Maverick Hunter to me, alive if possible. Affirmative, Dr. Doppler. Away. Alive, Dr. Doppler? You are so kind. Watch your mouth or I'll put you back where I found you. Even with your enhancements, you're still no match for me. Thanks for the upgrade, Doctor, but I have a score to settle. And I'll do it my way. Fine, just make sure you do it. I still can't believe that Maverick Hunter defeated my master twice in the past. Who could it be? Okay, yeah, so third Maverick with the X-Buster is Tiger. After this, I'm just going to take everyone, well, not in order. We're kind of in a split order right now. But after this, every Maverick I take on, I will have the weakness for, and I will have all of the items that I need to clear their stage. So, well, I say that. There's going to be one exception, but like I said, that's a fairly minor one. Me. Okay, I almost insta-died right there. but that's fine. Alright. Enter this capsule, X. Take this X-Buster upgrade. The upgrade will increase the strength of your charged shots. You will be able to shoot 2 charged shots at once. If timed correctly, you can overlap the shots to create a single cross-charged shot. The upgrade will also allow you to charge any special weapon. So here's the thing about this upgrade. It looks really, really cool. But in terms of actual raw damage, it's garbage. You can hit enemies in a very wide area, but it doesn't do nearly as much damage as you can do with the charged shot in X2. Okay. Now, just because sometimes Tiger causes me some issues. Refilling my sub-tanks real quick. Oop. Oops. No! Dang it. Like I said before, sub-bosses. My least favorite part of this game. What the? I wasn't facing that way. Okay. Jerk. So if you decide to go the ideal route, or what I consider the ideal route, I actually hit Hornet's base or Hornet's level up before this. So I have the right armor, so this whole section here, I can just skip it pretty much. Just go through and one-shot everything with the giant power armor. Oh gosh. Welcome, X. I'm Bit. I have orders. You are to be destroyed. So now I have to figure out, do I want to actually permakill him? Oh. Or do I want to fight him again the second time around? On the one hand, I think it's more satisfying to permakill him, but narratively, I think it's more interesting to have him come back. And I'm about to die. I'm not even to the boss yet. Oh. I'm about to kill him by accident. Whoops. It's not possible for you to contain so much power. The next time we meet, the result shall be different. Dude, This is the 3rd level. I'm only going to get stronger. Like, I wonder how many games people have to go through before they realize that X just keeps growing stronger, level after level, enemy after enemy, game after game. Like, I always assumed that narratively, the explanation for why his powers were resetting back to the weak point isn't that he's getting weaker. It's that just each generation of Reploids is stronger than the last. So his relative power keeps dropping back to what it was previously. But yeah, like that means that his power growth, if you're thinking about it in X1 terms, by the time he gets to X4 or 5, he's essentially got like 3 or 4 health bars, at least from what he started with in game 1. Now granted they do too, but still. Oh, shoot. I may or may not need this, but I'm gonna use it anyway, just to be safe. What? Really? You didn't go gold? Okay then. But yeah, he actually would have taken me out if I hadn't used that, so it was worth it. Okay. That's the last hard boss in this game. After that, I got special weapons for everybody. Yes. So this is the level I'm going to have to repeat later. Without glitching, there's no way to get this heart tank without first completing Hornet stage. Now, normally I would take out Hornet first if I was doing the most optimal path. But that is right at the beginning of the level. So after Hornet, you just come right back here. The backtracking, it's literally like 15 seconds. It's not a big deal. Whoops. I don't need to do this. At least not generically. But I like to have an extra sub-tank just in case I have extra trouble with a boss that would normally not bother me. I don't think it'll be a problem, but occasionally I have issues with one of the remaining sub-bosses. So I'm just going to keep one charged up and ready. Come on, dude. What does it take to kill those guys? Why do they have so much health? Okay, no. This is just me recharging after playing badly. I jumped that, but okay. Sure, why not? Okay. Could also have right armor for this section if I had gone to Hornet first, but this is not nearly as important. I say important, I mean you can do any section without the right armor. Just the Tiger stage goes significantly faster in that one part. Significantly easier. This is just like a few seconds saved. That's weird. Normally they add features in Megaman X games. In X1 you could use the L and R buttons to swap weapons while the doors are opening and closing. Now you can't. Not sure why that was. Do-do-do. So X3 has an interesting pattern with its enemies or its bosses and its weapons. Hold on. Let me do a quick run through in my head. I'd say most all of the enemies and most all the bosses and the weapons to beat them. The weapons work against them, obviously, but it doesn't feel like the bosses were specifically tailored to that weapon. I mean, this one might be the closest with the little bees in the gravity well. But honestly, like, yeah, the weapon stuns the enemy and causes them to repeat ever a specific pattern of behavior that makes them way too easy. Okay, well. I tried. No, I'm curious about something. I want to come back and replay this level after I clear it. Just because I'm curious. On most other levels, after you... I'll say most of at least some of the other levels. After you clear this one, certain enemies will change to a weaker version. I'm curious if that also applies to the enemies on this stage, or if it's just the other stages. What are we at now? 2 full? Yeah. We shouldn't have to do any sub-tank farming for the rest of the game, pretty much. I think I read that this is his weakness. Wait, was it this or was it the acid splash? I don't remember. I don't need this for the boss either way, so it's not like I'm wasting it. That did decently enough. Probably the wrong weapon, but it's fine. on, punch. Where are we at? Okay. Is it a bite? Do we get a bite? Nah, no bite. Okay, yes, we're done. And now for the most boring fight of any Maverick in history. Excuse you. Spoke too soon, apparently. So I tried to get fancy and took more damage like usual, but honestly, that is just such a slow fight. You just stand there watching him take damage. Okay, oh, right, I want to actually see... Do these guys get weaker or no? They do. The enemies get downgraded after you take out the warehouse. Interesting. These guys also got downgraded. And some of them just don't exist anymore. That's cool. Yeah, let's do Volt Catfish. That's awkward. You're trapped, X. Vile, Zero and I destroyed you years ago. This factory is set to blow in a matter of minutes. Until then, I'll try and keep you busy. Just like old times, except he's a little more deranged. Oh, crap. Excuse you. So again, I'm not actually going to finish off Vile because the only advantage I would get from doing so is something I'm not actually going for, because that essentially gives you the bad ending of the game. So rather than going that way, I'm just going to take him out normally and deal with the changes that result from doing so. Although I do find it a little disappointing that there's not more narrative changes that are added by keeping these guys alive. It's just a difference in boss fights. Like, there's no... Yeah, there's a slight dialogue change here and there. There's a slight... There's a big level change, but I don't know. It just feels like it could be a lot more than that. So, like, there's a branching path in X2, and how things turn out in that very last level massively differs depending on whether or not you get all the 0 parts. I would have liked to see something similar to that here. At least with Vile. I mean, with the other guys, yeah, okay, they're Doppler's mooks. They're not particularly special. Do I have... Where is that last tank? Oh, that's right. It's on this level. I just haven't gotten it yet. Okay. Now, one thing I find actually really interesting about this game is that one of the criticisms that some people have is that it's too difficult relative to the other games. And I think that's true to a degree. When I first played it, it was very difficult. Enemies seem to do more damage. Okay, I thought I jumped there. That's fine, though. Enemies seem to do more damage overall. There's more... I say enemies, like, those things don't do damage, obviously, but... There's a lot of various obstacles, the falling boulders, the slick floors on the buffalo stage that can send you careening into enemies. But what I find interesting is that once you learn the levels, you learn where the enemies are, they're actually fairly easy to dodge, as opposed to in 1 and 2, there's to this day, there's certain enemies that I just do not have an easy time with. Just because either they're all over the screen, or they're just in very, very inconvenient locations. Like, you can see what I'm doing right now. This is not particularly difficult to do. Now, if I didn't know about these enemies, and I had to stop for every single one and figure out my way through, yeah, I'd probably be taking tons and tons of damage, because overall it does seem like the damage dealt is higher than, well, it was higher. Now I have my armor. It's going to be a lot easier. Enter the Capsule X. Take this armor upgrade. The upgrade will decrease the damage done to your systems. As you receive damage, a defense field will be generated to protect you. I'd never fully come to understand what this does. I think it reduces overall damage, but also reduces damage further. Or maybe just makes you invincible for a longer period of time when that shield is up. So when you take damage just normally, it reduces it, and then there's a bonus. Well, no, I don't think you're invincible for the shield time. I don't think. Nice to meet you, X. I am Bite. I've been programmed to exterminate you. So fun fact, Bit and Bite are actually not supposed to be named Bit and Bite. Their names in the original Japanese are named after like Buddhist or Hindu deities or something. Or maybe it's not Hindu. I think Bite is patterned after more Buddhist appearances, whereas Bit is patterned after like Shinto gods or something. So the way that Bit seems to be more calm and polite in his speech, albeit only slightly. I didn't expect you had this power. I've lost this time, but I will crush you next time. There's not a lot of speech to be able to tell, but I've always thought that Bite seemed a bit more polite and more like, not necessarily honorable, but just the way he approached you relative to Bit. And that is interesting because that reflects also kind of the mentalities. One is patterned off of more aggressive mythological people, while another is patterned after someone who's more calm and typically known for being, you know, chill and enlightened. Okay. So also makes their final form make a whole lot more sense. They do come back. Dip. Really? Okay, I thought I was out of that hitbox, but again, it's fine. Only 1 point of damage, and it's not like I got a special power that I need max health for. Can I get the double hit? And here we go. I think X3 actually achieves the perfect balance with the special weapons. Because once you have them, I mean, the bosses are trivial at that point because they get stunned every time they get hit and they just fall into the same pattern of attack. Easy to beat. But the weapons themselves, like, okay, yeah, the drill stuns Volt Catfish, but what about the drill and its movements feels like it was specifically tailored for taking out Catfish? It wasn't. Like I said, the only thing is possibly the gravity wall. Going back. Which is a bad speedrun strat because the helmet slows you down. Tunnel Rhino, Tunnel Rhino, Tunnel Rhino, Tunnel Rhino. And equals, so only 2 left, 2 more levels, so that means I should have everything, though once I get the last armor upgrade, I'll be able to check either way. That's my fault. Mistimed it. Now, I will say, while I like all 3 of the early Mega Man X games, I did not have a copy. Like, I played it, I think I rented it from Blockbuster, but I didn't own a copy of Mega Man X3 until I was a bit older. So my experience with this game is significantly less than with the other 2. I played the other 2 dozens and dozens of times over the years. I got so much experience with them. On top of just general experience playing other Mega Man X games. So, yeah. Tunnel Rhino, Tunnel Rhino. Enter this capsule X, take the sensor upgrade for your helmet. The upgrade will help you to find hidden items based on the satellite readings. You should be able to tell the exact location of items using its ground-penetrating radar. Cool. Oh, that reminds me. Level clear. Yep, that's cool. Let's look at the yellow and gray. Yeah. Yellow's a little neon for my taste, but not too bad. Purple and green. The green's a little weird, but it's not offensive. Yellow and orange, kind of gold themed. That's fine. Tan and pink. Yeah. This one's a little weird. The choice of purple is odd. Orange. I don't know why this combo works as well as it does. I feel like it shouldn't, but it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the rest of the armor, but this orange and blue-green combo is not bad. This is probably the weirdest one I have so far. Let's see if any, or if either of the remaining 2 weapons have more offensive color schemes than that. Clear, 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 clear. Okay. I am not collecting any of the question mark. Any of the question mark items because I want to go for the special question mark. Toxic Seahorse. One of the best level themes in the game. Not counting the opening stage, of course. Trying to be careful so that I don't take random hits, random damage. Because I know there's quite a few recharge capsules here. If I can collect them, I can probably max out my last sub-tank. Or get pretty close to it anyway. What am I at now? Almost. Between this level and crawfish, I'll probably max everything out. Do I... Oh wait, that's right, I already picked both. They already gone. And I'm just tanking these to make it easier to get the next item. Because if I destroy them, their shells will actually be obstacles. No! No! I'm trying to just jump. To just jump. Thank you. Holy crap. Okay. No. Yeah. Okay. Thought I missed that hitbox, but that's fine. What's funny is this particular mini boss is not super hard. It's actually, overall, this one's actually pretty decent. But I dislike several of the others so much that I kind of just hate him on principle. Plus, they delay by a lot with the whole explosion thing. They just slow everything down. Oops. Oh well. While I don't trust modern remakes, this is one of the few games... I take it back. There's a lot of games I would like to see remade with 3D graphics just to be able to see what the different scenes and images, like being able to see this in full 3D, would probably be amazing. But I would never want any of these games to be remade because statistically, I'd say about 80% of modern remakes are crap. Which is unfortunate. Okay. Time for another easy fight. Whee! You would think they would learn. But nope. Honestly, I almost wonder if it's more interesting to watch people play games that they suck at. Because if somebody's too good, things start to get a little boring. Well, unless they're good enough to do speedruns, then it gets interesting again. What's my color scheme? Yellow and green? Yeah, I can see it. That's not a bad. Well, how does it look with the armor? Yeah, I don't care. He's just the 8th corpse. What the? Oh, right. Yellow, green. I feel like it clashes more with the armor colors than it does, or the two colors clash more with the armor than they do with each other. So I'd say they're fine. Actually, I'm curious. Oh, shoot. Can I? I cannot. Oh, whatever. I can't remember if you have to have the right armor for this, or if you could use the drill to break through that wall. Honestly, aside from the one section coming up, which is an interesting twist, I mean, literally, this is probably the least interesting of all the levels in this game. Yeah. The very beginning is interesting, the very end is interesting. Everything between is just kind of meh. Ah, come on. What am I at? So here's another weird thing. In X2, you get so many lives as you're playing through the game normally. In X3, you don't get that many. And I would say it's 50-50 for X1. I feel like you get more random one-ups, but you also... there aren't many dropped in the world itself like there are with X2. Like, X2, you get random ones, you get the ones that are placed around the world. X3, you almost never get new lives just from picking them up randomly. Now, I want to see, can I pull off that little glitch? Oops. Not what I meant to do. Shoot. Okay, hold on. Nope. Nope. I won't be able to do it. Unfortunate. There's this weird glitch where if you manage to hit him just before the shield fades, and you start charging the electric attack at that point, you can release the charged version before his invincibility has worn off. And if you hit him with it at that time, it actually somehow does more damage when he's in his invincible mode than when not. You can basically just one-shot him that way, but you have to time when you hit him with the initial shield just right. Any problems, Dr. Kane? I ask as I return after wiping out the enemy army. I pulled some memory chips from the Mavericks controlled by Dr. Doppler. I analyzed them and found out that Dr. Doppler is trying to create a powerful new battle body by collecting the special abilities from the latest breed of Reploids. Battle body? First I thought Dr. Doppler was trying to create it for himself, but the information indicates that he will not be able to interface with it. So it must be for someone else. Sigma? Can he still be alive? A hidden laboratory has been pinpointed at point D. All indications are that it is Dr. Doppler's secret lab. We need to get there immediately. On my way. It's time I put an end to Sigma for good. So, most of that's the same. I played a fan translation of this game too, though it was significantly worse. It felt very rough. There was one interesting note about it. He points out Dr. Doppler, the reason he thought Dr. Doppler was making it for himself was that Doppler was originally built to be a research Reploid, so he doesn't have a lot in terms of combat capability. So he assumed he was building himself the battle body so that he would have like a combat form, so to speak, something like that. Kind of a little side detail, probably something that you could have just speculated on your own, but it was actually there in the original Japanese version. It was kind of explicitly stated. Not super important, but I thought it was interesting because it's kind of reminiscent of Dr. Wily from the original Mega Man series. Because, of course, Wily, he has all of these robots that are his, fighting machines. He himself is not particularly strong, so when it does come time to fight him, you're not fighting him directly. You're fighting whatever machine he's currently piloting. He's got, these giant robots, flying saucers, other weird shenanigans. X, I've come to help you. I'll stop the collapsing ceiling. Used to destroy that junk robot. The original line in the Japanese was, "You destroy that piece of crap." X, there's an army of powerful mavericks in Dr. Doppler's lab. They've been modified by Dr. Doppler into war machines. Be careful. I'll watch my step. Thanks, Zero. Do they have to say doctor every time? I'm going to scout around. I'll catch up later. What does he do when he's off screen? Anyway. Just say they've been modified by Doppler. Ah, shoot. Come on, I need to... No! Oh, never mind. Healing. Sweet. So let's, let's do Kangaroo. This is actually my favorite of the whole list. It doesn't fly, but it has spiked fists. Shame there's not really any stage of the game where you really need to use it. It's just kind of there for funsies. Here we go. The gold chip. Enter this capsule, X. Install this chip to enhance all of your parts. The situation should now be improved. Good luck, X. So if anybody watches this and you're confused as to what's going on, the 4 question mark capsules each install upgrade chips that boost different parts of the armor. If you acquire the armor, then you acquire the chip, you get that upgrade. But you can only acquire and install 1 upgrade chip. So you have to pick which one you want. This gives you all 4 abilities in one. It also turns your armor gold for some reason. So, it is universally better. And it does make the end of the game easier, though not easy. The saber weapon, if you go the direction of getting that, makes the game easy. This just makes it more doable. Especially first time through when you're taking Final Sigma on for the first time. You know what? I'm just going to go to switch my weapon up. Oh wait, that's right. What is my, what's the last? Yeah, that's not a bad look. Yeah, this one's probably the worst look. All the rest of these, maybe Acid Splash isn't great. Yeah, the general color coding in this game is significantly better than 2. We've been waiting for you, X. Dr. Doppler modified us after our first battle against you. Take a look at these new upgrades. So here's what's weird. Canonically, they are combining... They're linking their bodies together into a new, like, Megazord-type combination form. What doesn't make a ton of sense is that if you destroy one of them, the remaining one still transforms into this state, regardless of the fact that they don't have anyone to combine with. Yeah, I'm just tanking him. I don't even care. He can't do enough damage to me. Okay, yeah. I'll probably be done by 7. Then I'll be able to take care of all the chores I need to do. Now for the easiest level in the game. Normally one of the hardest levels, made significantly easier by the fact that somebody came through here and literally just smashed all the enemies, all the windows, and just wrecked the place. Right, there's no water. Because everything's been smashed, so I have to go flying instead. Oh. Oh wait, that's right, there's no boss in here. Mini boss was already been taken out. If I was skilled and confident enough, I would definitely climb the spiked walls with the, whatever they call it, damage boosting. This part is so slow. Okay, now time for the actual boss. Oh wait, that's right, he's dead too. Now time for the third boss. He's actually alive! My waiting has finally come to an end. Prepare to die at the hands of the world's most advanced riding armor, the new Goliath. So, in the Japanese, this riding armor is called Brown Bear, which, given its appearance, makes sense, but is so much less dramatic than Goliath. Or I guess Goliath Mark II, technically. Ah. I don't think I've ever seen him do that opening. Ah, okay, I'm taking a hit. It's fine though. I'm curious, I can't remember, what is Goliath's weakness? Ah. Nope. Is it Parasite Bomb? 2? Nope. Nope. doesn't even do anything. Nope. I'm almost positive it's not the drill. Oh! It is the drill! I think. Wait, is that 2 or 3? No, that's 2. So it's either Parasite Bomb or drill. And given that he tends to stand still for a few seconds, I'm going to guess it's drill, because that means I can hit multiple times. Cool. Was not aware of that. Actually, I think it's... Now that I think about it, I believe it's both. Because I think every sub-boss in this game has 2 weaknesses, not just the one. Like the normal bosses do. Here we are. Don't think that this is the end, X. I will hunt you to the day you die. So, one thing that I was really disappointed by in Mega Man X5, which was the intended ending for the original series, there's this, like, not a sub-boss, kind of a separate boss that, like, comes and fights you after you clear a certain number of levels. And he has no real backstory, no real relevance to the plot. He's just this random dude who decides to come after you for no apparent reason. And with Vile having died in the manner that he did in this game, you know, he already came back to life once. It's not too much of a stretch to think he could come back again. I always thought that guy in 5 should have been replaced with Vile, because as a wrap up to the series, bringing him back and, you know, what the heck was that? I don't know what just happened. Okay, what is going on right now? What am I doing? I was trying to air dash and it wasn't working for some reason. But yeah, I always felt that Vile should have been the dude who comes in to harass you, not because he's trying to just, you know, help Sigma or whatever's going on. He really, really just wants to kill you. But if you were to take it that the first 5 games are a whole story and that you assume everything after 5 doesn't happen, that leaves that plot thread with Vile unresolved, and honestly I feel like it's kind of a disappointment. Could have been done better. Though there's a few other things that X5 needs to fix to be a truly great game. This guy again. Easiest boss in the series. I'll be honest, I actually really like having the saber for this section, because once you know how to fight these guys, this section is kind of Honestly, it's a little boring. The bosses from X1 and 2 were more interesting in their second go around because they still provided something of a challenge. These guys really don't. And so the saber just lets you blitz these guys super quick. But I don't like it for the final fight because I feel like it kind of cheapens the end game experience. Yay, someone who actually takes skill to fight. At least a little bit of skill. I'm gonna dive into the middle. Yep. And dead. I wish this game had a speed up option, just to skip the explosion parts. Are any of the remaining bosses actually challenging? I think Crawfish, which is hilarious because he's actually one of the bosses that's fairly easy to beat with the basic Buster weapon. But because he's a melee attacker and the weapon you use against him is also melee, it makes for an interesting dynamic. You have to get close but can't get too close. Otherwise, I don't think the rest of these guys are going to really be that interesting to take on. Seahorse. Will I be able to finish? Well, I'll be close to finishing at 7 if I don't actually finish up completely by then. So it's fine. So what's left? We got Tunnel, Rhino, Crawfish, and Tiger, I want to say. It's weird. There's a certain part of this song. Oh. Yeah, that song right there. That's the song I was talking about, where at the end of the game, or one of the last Sigma levels, the tone changes to something a little bit more dark and dreary. But there's something in that song as a part of the tune that actually reminds me of another game. It's like the Reptites theme from Chrono Trigger or something along those lines. Well, a Tyranno Layer, I think? I don't know. Something about it. I'm not sure what part, but there's a very specific section where I almost feel like I'm playing Chrono Trigger for a second, and then I'm back in Megaman X3. I don't know if I'm yawning because I'm bored or yawning because I'm sleep deprived. That part right there. part where it goes up for a second. There's a part where it goes. No. Right there. That bit sounds just like one of the songs in Chrono Trigger. Excuse you. So it's interesting to note, all three of the first X games give you a weapon that could be used as a shield. X1's rolling shield, though, is a projectile unless you charge it up. Then it makes a shield around you. The bubble shield in X2 does the same thing. It's a projectile unless you charge it. In this game, they inverted it, and they made the basic form a shield. And then the charged form is the one where you could actually hit people at a distance. And I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like it makes everything more awkward. Yeah. Oh, wow. Any glowy form? There we go. There's the glowy form. And done. 8 bosses, 8 deaths. 2 to go. Well, okay, 3 to go, technically, if we count the different forms. Perfect. Weapons charged, health charged. Buster charged. And Doppler charged with treason, or something like that. Ba, 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 ba. I've been waiting for you, X. I'm Dr. Doppler. I've been watching your battles closely. Your victories over my men have been most impressive. I need superior Reploids like yourself, X. I offer you the chance to join us. Together we shall build a utopia where the Reploids rule under the watchful eyes of Sigma, our lord and master. No way, Doc. Your schemes end here and now. Perhaps you're not as smart as I once thought. Prepare to be ripped apart and to be born again as part of the new body of Sigma. Wait, are these guys conscious for the fact you're tearing them apart and rebuilding them? Because if so, that is horrifying. Oops. My bad. Okay, the timing of this is tricky because if you attack him at the wrong times, he'll recharge. But otherwise, you have to be careful that you don't... There we go. That's the double hit I was looking for. Ah, that didn't work. Shoot. Yes. You hit him early enough. Ah, shoot. Darn. Messed that one up. So you can do a double hit with this. You have to hit him right at the end here. The shield does not recharge him. And then you can hit him right after the shield and he doesn't put it up again. I feel like there's a way to get a third hit in somewhere during that cycle, but I don't know how. You are strong, X. Strong enough to defeat Sigma. Doppler, can you talk? Yeah, you didn't actually go nuclear like everyone else did. Sigma's true form is that of a computer virus. I was corrupted by him, and I created a horrific new body for him. Yeah, I already know this. Where is it? Where's the body now? It's in the underground hangar of this lab. I don't think Sigma has occupied it yet. Don't worry about me. Destroy the body before it is too late. Time is running out. Thanks, Doc. I'm sure we'll get to that battle body before Sigma does. Ooh. Okay, fully charged up. I suppose technically, even if I'd had a sub-tank that was out, wouldn't have to worry about it. I could just stand around and do nothing for a second. I have auto-heal. I'll go ahead and destroy the power generator. X, you go upstairs and destroy Sigma's body. I love how it's always implied that Zero is stronger than X, and yet X is getting all the hard jobs here. Alternatively, how many enemies is Zero having to plow through and damage just to be able to get there? Like, I would like to know what Zero has to go through on his end. We meet again, X. It was easy to corrupt that fool, Doppler. And I would have succeeded if you hadn't interfered. Edward, I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you darn kids.
Did somebody just take off somebody's mask?
What's that?
Did somebody just take off somebody's mask?
I mean, sort of. We took off the mask that Doppler was the main villain, revealed it was Sigma, but we kind of all know that because he's always the main villain.
Yeah. Oh. Semantics.
But we're always destined to meet, aren't we, X? Let the eternal struggle begin. I mean, begin again? Oh. Okay. There's a few ways to do this. I'm going to try to just use the correct weapon for him. Try be the key word.
For the record, I am listing books actively.
You what?
I am listing books actively.
Oh, listing. I thought you said listening. I'm like, wait, what? How are you? How are you?
Could be doing that too.
How are you listening to books while standing there, and not listening to books? Didn't make sense. Anyway,
Thank you.
you. Oh, I forgot. Ooh, that actually worked. Shield? Yep. Oh, fancy shield. Oh. There we go. Oh. Well done, X, but I'm far stronger than my previous forms. Behold the power of the ultimate battle body. Is that Blizzard Buffalo's head on your chest? Oh, hold on. I've got a kitten. I've got several kittens actually, but this one is actively trying to get my attention. Oh shoot, I don't have the camera going. Oh, let's try the hypercharge. I don't really use this anywhere but here. Oh crap. Excuse you. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Nope. Okay. Now, time for a regular, good old-fashioned knockdown, drag-out brawl. Actually, I think I kind of prefer it this way. It's easier to hit him with the wide charge shot than it is with the weird mini balls, the mix of them. Oh, come on. Really? Let me... Okay. I was thinking I might have to use a couple sub-tanks on him. I think I have actually managed to beat him without using any, but that was a long time ago. No, it can't be. I can't even defeat you with this magnificent body. There seems to be only one choice now. I'll possess you. You know, I could heal, but seeing X looking exhausted like this is probably better narratively. Exhausted at the end of his rope. Oh. And he starts auto-healing. That'd be funny. Fun fact, I think this is the first curse word in a Mega Man X game. Or at least in the English version. Damn, it's a dead end. Give up, X. I'll possess your body and rule the whole world. Yeah, you forgot about someone. You're Zero. It's you again. How do you like that, Sigma? I picked up an anti-Sigma virus program from Doppler and used it on my beam saber. Sorry about the delay, X. I thought the program might be the only thing that would work against Sigma. My program is disappearing. But someday, I will. So fun fact, this actually should have permanently killed him. And probably would have, if not for the elements that are explained in Mega Man X4 as to how he keeps getting brought back. Though... Oh, need to feed the cats. Though... I do wonder how his personality remained the same. How he retained all the same memories and everything. I don't know. X has crushed Sigma's plans once again, but many questions still occupy his mind. Why must humans fight against Reploids? And why must Reploids fight against each other? It's weird, we almost never see any humans in these games except Kane. As X stares at the burning remnants of Doppler's lab, his body trembles from an unknown sorrow. Kitten? What does fate have in store for me? He wonders. He can only hope that someday Dr. Light's plan for him will finally be revealed. Unknown to X, his destiny has already been decided. To save mankind, he must destroy Zero. But only time will tell when and why. So, this is the point at which I believe... Again, I don't think they necessarily had every detail hashed out, but they definitely knew what the end point was going to be by X5. At this... Well, the end point in X5 was going to be by this game. They might have known in X2. There was enough hints that they could have known. But I will eventually be playing those on stream, 4 and 5. Probably not the later ones, because they're kind of terrible. Gameplay isn't super bad, but the story is just... meh. Forgettable at best. I will not be playing them today, however. I have several errands? Several chores I have to take care of around the house. So, once we're wrapped up, I will be... once the end credits are done, I will be heading out. Press dispose. Yeah, so if you kill Bit and Bite the first time around, then their second fight where they combine forms is actually replaced by a basically a trash disposal machine. Sorry, there's dust all over everything. That probably just spiked my audio way too high, but whatever. No one's watching anyway. I need to clean off my microphone before the next stream. It's funny, they give the power and speed statistics of all the different bosses, but even if you were to add up their numbers, the higher, like, the higher sums don't necessarily mean a harder boss. Okay, Neon Tiger was pretty hard. Doesn't necessarily mean a harder boss. What actually matters the most is how predictable their patterns are and how easy they are to dodge. Like, Bit and Bite are actually not difficult at all once you get their patterns down, despite their numbers being ridiculously high. The hard part is just learning them. It's basically a Dark Souls thing. God Machine Ordinary. Yeah, the only thing hard about him was his moving hand that grabs you and holds you in place. Vial Mark II. What, you're not going to give me the stats on the Goliath? Hey. Doppler. See, Doppler was one of the easiest ones. He wasn't even that hard. The only reason I took damage was because I was trying to get overly aggressive and get extra hits in. Sigma and Kaiser Sigma. This would have been a better screen to sit on during my break, because at least it's got music playing in the background. Alrighty. I think the kitten is asking me for food. So I am going to, oops, that. I'm going to cut out. Hold on. Oops. Yeah, face cam's not working. Alrighty. What am I? Is it playing? Hold on. Oh, hey, the music's... Yeah, it is playing. Okay. Wasn't sure. Well, let me see. I can't hear it. Oh, okay, that's right, because the monitoring is lower than the bass sound. Okay, it's audible. Alrighty, that's right, this is not a Twitch stream, so I cannot raid anybody. Maybe I'll be able to get the multi-stream thing working by next time. Assuming I even want to, I don't know. Twitch has been kind of screwing over a lot of their content creators lately, making things harder on them. I'll have to figure out if I want to go back there eventually, but for now, I guess I'm just going to wrap up. I'm going to try to stream again tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to play. Probably not 4 and 5. I'd like to come back with them to do an actual full, like, proper narrative exploration kind of video. But who knows, I might just do RPG stuff instead. That's video game RPGs, not like tabletop. Anyway. I don't... Hey, hon, are you still in the chat? Hey, hon, are you still in chat? Yeah. Okay. Well, then it's just you. So, thank you for watching, I suppose. Love you too.